Hi everyone, welcome to the 36th Celebrity Typing live stream. So, for those who are not aware of how this works, if you make a super chat of at least $20, then I will do a in-depth research and analysis of the personality of the person you want me to have a look at. The only requirement is that they are a public figure, someone for whom there's enough information online for me to have a look at them. So yes, if you'd like to do that, then please feel free to make a super chat of at least $20. And if you want to be prioritized in the queue, if you make a super chat of over $20, I will prioritize you. So thank you very much. So at the moment we have two super chats. Thank you, Marty. Thank you, Isaac. So that's for me to look at, first of all, Amelia Clark, and then Cotton Mather. Excellent. Am I pronouncing that right? Mather? Is it Mather? I can't remember. I have to find it out. But yes, let's start with Amelia Clark. Okay, that's a good one actually. Let's see. Amelia Clark. Let's say on Wikipedia. So Amelia Isabel Euphemia Rose Clark. Goodness, that's quite a name. Is an English actress. She was a prominence portraying Daenerys Targaryen in Game of Thrones, a role that spanned 8 seasons and established her as a leading figure in contemporary television drama. For this performance, she received 4 Primetime Emmy Award nominations, including 3 for Outstanding Supporting Actress in a Drama Series. Beyond Game of Thrones, she has starred in films such as Me Before You, opposite Sam Claflin, and she was in a solo a Star Wars story as I don't know how to pronounce that name. She survived 2 subarachnoid hemorrhages from brain aneurysms in 2013, events occurring during her early career that required emergency brain surgery and left portions of her brain scarred. As a personal account, these experiences prompted her to co-found the charity SameU to support neurorehabilitation for brain injury survivors. Goodness gracious, she's brain damaged. So I guess, do you think maybe this could complicate things? Did you know this, Marty? Is that why you've suggested this one? That maybe her personality is different to what she naturally would have been because of her brain injury, potentially. No, I think I'm overstating it. But we'll take a look and see. So, grew up in Oxfordshire as younger 2 children. Um, Her father, Peter, worked as a theatre sound engineer. Her mother was a businesswoman with ties to the theatre world. Okay, so very much a connection to being theatrical. I mean, even the name is sort of flowery, theatrical. So that kind of makes sense. She later recalled developing an early fascination with acting around age 5, attending a staging of the musical Showboat with her father, where her father handled sound design. Her mother taking her backstage, exposing her to the production process. Okay. His family immersion shaped her initial creative inclinations, but her parents did not initially push her towards performance careers. So she attended school in a private institution in Headington, Oxford. So theatre began at age 3. Yep. She participated in student stage productions in West Side Story, 12th Night. She was in Hamlet and also in Sense. And whilst doing this, she was also working as a barmaid, a restaurant waitress, and a call center operator. She was in Sci-Fi Channel's made-for-television film Jurassic Attack. Okay. What else is there? She had to learn the constructed Dothraki language. Okay. A performance and demanding of physical endurance, such as riding horses, interact with trained animals for dragon scenes. In 60 of the series' 73 episodes, she performed her own nudity in multiple Game of Thrones scenes, declining a body double for Daenerys' naked emergence from the burning temple, describing it as an empowered moment. This is all me, that the body double. She had advocated for more control over such scenes, fighting to limit unnecessary exposure. Okay. So, okay, so to begin with, she's all for going naked as sort of like an empowerment thing, but later she really wanted to not do any more exposure than absolutely necessary, it sounds like. Okay. The role represented her breakthrough, elevating her from obscurity to international recognition, establishing her as a leading actress in fantasy television. She had revealed that upon reading the season 8 script, she experienced significant distress over Daenerys' controversial arc, including the destruction of King's Landing and her death. I'm not surprised. A lot of people were very distressed about that. She called her mother to ask for reassurance and inquired with family members whether they thought Daenerys was a good person. Despite no wins, the nominations underscored the critical attention and nuanced depiction of Daenerys' ambition and vulnerability garnered amid the show's 59. She acted Daenerys well. The problem was the writing threw her for a loop in that final season, which, yeah, it seemed to for a lot of people. People now think, oh, it was always going to happen, but I don't know about that. I really don't. She's the mother of dragons. She was the breaker of chains, all those sorts of things, and yet she sets a whole, the capital city on fire, and men, women, children all burned to death. So, post Game of Thrones projects. Okay, she's in above suspicion. It's interesting. No, just go back to this. This is actually still quite interesting. So, okay, she called her mother to ask for reassurance and inquired whether they thought Daenerys was a good person. It's interesting that that was very important to her. That Daenerys, the character she had played, the character she had related to a lot, and must have liked as a character, has suddenly gone this way, and this idea that I want to see what she says in an interview about this. That's very interesting because why would the character you're playing need to be a good person unless you've built some sort of bond with the character that you relate to them in some way? Then them doing this is almost traumatizing. Very interesting. I'll look into that on YouTube. I think definitely worth looking into. She starred as Susan Smith in Above Suspicion. She voiced the character Melissa, a skeptical, aspiring writer, an amazing Maurice. She led the cast of a science fiction romantic comedy, The Pod Generation. By navigating parenthood with her husband via portable artificial womb pod. Okay, she entered the Mountain Cinematic Universe as playing the Skrull daughter of Talos. Um, and a skilled fighter who was all the powers of multiple deceased super Skrulls. Right. She voiced the Queen of Hearts in The Night Before Christmas in Wonderland. She has voice acting and live action projects recently released and forthcoming. Okay. So health challenges to the brain aneurysms and surgeries. She suffered aphasia, temporarily impairing her speech as the brain adjusted to the trauma. She had a second aneurysm on the opposite side of the brain. She doubled in size, poses imminent rupture risk. Needed more invasive craniotomy, where a section of the skull was removed to access and clip the aneurysm directly. And she's got a titanium plate in her skull. Oh, okay. No major long-term physical impairments. Maintaining ability to perform demanding roles, speak multiple languages, which is called exceptional given the extent of brain tissue loss. Estimated quite a bit on imaging. Typically associated with higher risks of disability aneurysm survivors. Not sure what exactly that means. Maybe a great deal of neuroplasticity. Yeah, Andrew resilience to neuroplasticity, where she has described process involving ongoing mental health challenges like fear of third incidents, understandably. Several romantic relationships, one with Seth MacFarlane, approximately a year. Jay Courtney, Charlie McDowell, JJ Sebastian, Bassie, Fox. Okay, I don't know who they are now. She's single. Um, okay, so involved in Same You. for mother and got to address deficiency in neurorehabilitation and mental health. So this is very much experience driven. Very experience driven, very much yeah, an issue which is personal to her, understandably. The on say music contributed organizations addressing youth homelessness through center point industry support by Motion Picture and Television Fund Foundation. She has promoted brain injury awareness, also expressed support for gender equality, identifying as a feminist in 2017 essay where she discussed upbringing, emphasizing equal capabilities between sexes, and critiqued unequal treatment in Hollywood, while asserting that personal choice like nude scenes do not undermine feminist principles. Although she really wanted to control that later. Possibly because she's getting lots of attention. Like, I don't know. She has advocacy for sustainability as well. Okay, all right. Sort of usual standard charity stuff, really. Nothing unusual. She publicly endorsed the Labour Party, as just about every other actress and actor would have done. After careful consideration, she said she'd vote for Jeremy Corbyn's party. It's just as a careful consideration, probably because her upbringing is not one that would do very well to Jeremy Corbyn. Portrait Remain, yeah, the usual usual lefty lovey sort of stuff. Described her film Last Christmas as kind of anti-Brexit message. Stressing progressive themes of unity and openness in contrast to division, not publicly endorsed candidates in the United States elections, such align with progressive views in healthcare and European integration, understandably. Yeah, the eighth. So she had widespread acclaim as Daenerys Targaryen. The eighth season depiction of Daenerys' descent into tyranny drew intense backlash. Over 1.8 million signatures demanded a remake, which Clark attributed to viewers' denial of the character's foreshadowed authoritarian tendencies rather than flaws in writing or performance. But she also found herself shocked by this, and she was asking her mother if, she's still a good person, if the character's still a good person. So, okay, what's consistent here? Um, Criticisms of acting, centered on perception of limited range. Online commentators forms frequently describing her expressions as blank or wooden, particularly in high stakes scenes like Daenerys' final moments, exacerbating fan frustration with the finale. Yeah, she's also faced scrutiny over nude scenes, some labeled exploitative or anti-feminist. Okay, dressed in January 26's appearance in Late Night with Seth Meyers, as a fictional language. Dothraki pronunciation she was criticized. That's silly. It needs to be convincing on television. Apparently, the creator of Dothraki never criticized her performance and praising her portrayal of a non-native speaker achieving functional fluency. It's Dothraki, I don't understand. Isolated incidents include a TV executive Mark calling her a dumpy-looking girl, for which an apology was issued. Goodness. In defense, consistently argued that Daenerys' arc was coherent and inevitable, citing early signs of ruthlessness, like the crucifixion of slavers. But the point is, it was slavers, and expressed that the backlash flattered her by underscoring fans' investment while dismissing sexism claims against the show as misinterpretation of Norwich to portray empowered women. She countered nude scene critiques by emphasizing contextual necessity for character development and decrying intra-female judgment as the true anti-feminist issue, while avoiding Googling to evade toxic commentary on her looks. Right. Said later seasons highlighted limitations in conveying subtle emotional shifts, particularly during Daenerys' radicalization, with some reviewers and observers flatness. Yeah, that's also. I would say that her acting was not as convincing when she essentially became tyrannical. Reviews of Last Christmas split on Clark's lead directions. Kate with Atlantic, being a fitting showcase for her to portray an everyday flawed character free from fantasy elements, living charm amid personal turmoil. She's critiqued as miscast, employing an overly mannered, forced persona reminiscent of 1990s rom-com leads, but lacking authenticity. Interesting. According to the quirky Keg of Lou Clark, and Me Before You was praised for demonstrating emotional depth and relatability. Though Los Angeles Times observed her talents were hampered by its emphasis on exaggerated reactions over nuanced acting. There is a certain exaggerated quality with Emilia Clarke. You don't see it much in Game of Thrones, but in interviews you see it's a sort of just characteristic of how she acts, just in person with people. Right. Let's see. What am I getting from this? She seems like an ethical type. Which ethical type? I'd be surprised if she were introverted ethics leading. Do I think she's extroverted ethics leading? I'm not really sure either at this point. Not that much of a personality there. Let's see what else we can see. I specifically want to see. I want to see the bit about Daenerys, bad person. Oh, let's see that briefly.
Like reading the last episode for the first time.
What it was like reading the last episode for the first time.
Like the different stages you went through.
I mean, it's pretty much one stage.
Okay.
Just
There you go. So she is expressive. That's very clear. Right.
the final season, Game of Thrones. What can we expect?
Right. Okay. This is not that informative though. What else can we see? I'll just do an interview. There we go. I need to be careful though. I don't want to get into trouble with YouTube again.
I was just convinced that I had cheated death and I was meant to die. I'm a bad celebrity. I suck at it. I finally feel like I'm at a place in my career now where I'm like, I get it. This episode.
Okay. I guess it's talking about the brain aneurysm.
On the front row of a Star Wars story.
Oh.
She suffered the first of 2 life threats.
Yeah.
Here. Oh my God, yeah. That was beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming on How to Fail, but also thank you for being such a
very English private school.
Very early days. Yes. It did not go unnoticed and it meant a lot. Good. I love
very RP.
So good. Good. So it's fun. It's so
now there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that expressiveness.
Fun. Yeah. It feels so fresh. Yes. It's 2 female leads. That's the thing. It's 2 female leads. And it's not even, it's pure friendship. Yes. It's just pure friendship. It's not 2 female leads that are actually gonna fall in love with each other. It's just friends, just female friendship, which is, the most important part of my life. And it's amazing to be able to have a show and that being the main theme of it.
But also she does it always in reaction to someone else. There's very little I've seen in Emilia Clarke where she's made a particular stance self in terms of how she wants to come across. Which leads me to also think it's likely that her ethics is flexible rather than stubborn. Even reading through Grokkapedia, it's sort of the very standard samey stuff in terms of anything which is to do with ethics.
You've said that it's the hardest job you've ever done.
Oh, yeah. Which seems weird.
Yes.
For all the really, I think maybe it's the first time being honest about like how hard jobs are. No, I've had some really horrible hard jobs. This was hard because this is the first time I have a production company, and this is the first production that we are producing, that I was a producer and an actor in. The added little spicy thing that made it nearly impossible to do was the Russian.
Yeah.
I speak a lot of Russian.
I'm
not a linguist.
Incredibly impressive.
Thank you very much. Took a lot of work.
Not a linguist, saying how hard it was. It's interesting she's moved into producing, but a lot of actors, when they're more established, do that as well. And I guess she's pretty established now. I mean, Game of Thrones is over 10 years old. So yeah, that makes sense.
Did you learn Russian just for the script, or can you now speak it?
Нет.
Yeah.
I can
Вы
speak.
говорите по-русски.
I can speak those lines. There's what I do notice now is that when I'm walking around, I hear Russian.
Also, her expressiveness is there's something sort of gawky about it. It's there isn't much physicality here either. There's almost a sort of a certain infantile quality to the way that she expresses, and the physicality as well. I think she's most likely extroverted, most likely intuitive. Is she EIE or IEE? I think is the question. Perhaps if she is, I mean, maybe she's an IEI, of course. Maybe she's IEI, but certainly flexible ethics. Maybe it's an IEI situation. We'll need to see.
In a way that I've never.
Is she beta or delta, basically?
Before. You know, you're like, oh, I think I know what you're saying. Or like watching the Americans, I'm like, oh, I get that.
Yeah.
I knew what they were saying. No, I definitely do not speak the language Russian.
And how did you learn the lines? You had a very specific technique, didn't you?
Yes. I mean, we're saying I mean Fabian, my incredible teacher for this. And he and I built a process that was like a 6-step process.
And keeping that she's working with someone and he's taught her how to do it, to have a process. You know, it's not so much of a self-driven sense of, oh no, I figured it out because I had a teacher.
Which involves visualization, it involves a memory palace, but it also involves writing stories that then you put into the memory palace. So you have a Russian line, and each word broken into its syllables, you know, pour. Let's say that's one of the sounds in one of the words in one of the sentences. You think of a paw, you think of like a dog's paw. So you're like, right, that's an image. And then create images for each of these sounds.
Now, here's something. She has now decided to go into quite a bit of detail on how she learned Russian, what the process was that she learned in doing this. That's interesting. I would also say, yeah, one reason I don't think II is that her expressiveness was a little bit too much for II. There isn't really subtlety in her extrovert ethics. I think that's also why her acting is. You compare, you know, Emilia Clarke to Cillian Murphy. There's such a difference in the subtlety. You know, Emilia leans towards overacting. So, or sometimes when she's not meant to be overacting, it's sort of perhaps a bit more blank. But there's the extrovert ethics is very palpable, more so than I expect of a cautious function or subtle function. So, what's interesting to me there is also that she's decided to go too much onto this process, how she learned how to do it. Maybe that's more about extroverted logic valuing. I'll watch a bit more just to see. the other thing is that, again, if she's say an EIE, you know, that sort of slightly gawky expressiveness, it's not deliberately targeted to set a certain image. You don't get the sense she's someone who takes herself very seriously, which, yeah, leads me to think extrovert ethics likely isn't valued for that reason. Right? And even IIs, they do want to be taken seriously. They just don't need to. They're far more subtle and loose with the image they create, but they still have that need for sort of, also that sort of aristocratic bearing to them, you could say. Whereas I don't think Emilia Clarke really is interested in much of that, from what I can see.
Then you make those into a story. So you're imagining a dog, and his paw is holding up this something else that's holding with a cow over here, and so you create this whole story. Then you put that story in a space. This is all in your mind, in a space that you know very well, and so you walk in and you see in your mind's eye.
It's the mind palace. It's the mind palace technique.
Specific parts of the room, and then you've learnt it.
It's fascinating.
Wild. The real outtakes is me just swearing profusely every time I mess it up.
Do you have a similar
emphasis on the messing it up, emphasis on the self-deprecation, but the key thing is she set out there how she went about learning this, and she's really interested in techniques like that.
Technique for learning lines in English?
No, I'm very lucky in that now they just go in. People ask, like, how do you learn my lines? You just do it. I definitely, it's that one part of my brain that muscle is just really well flexed. Like it just goes in.
Before we get into your specific failures,
yes,
that quote that I ended the introduction on, that idea that it has to be the thing that you do.
Has to.
What were some of the failures that you were thinking of when you said that?
Oh, just
wondering why failures. Again, emphasis self-deprecation.
Every comparison you make of yourself to someone else, every time you think, oh, I did something that felt good, I took the right job, I had the right experience, people are saying lovely things, and then you look and you're like, but I should have done that, and that's amazing, and this now looks not good. It's kind of a life of, it's asking. I think the industry is life, the world, everyone, this is not just for actors, is asking you to compare yourself to other people and asking you to compare where you're at. But unlike in any other job, an actor's trajectory is not built upon. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So
actor's trajectory is not built upon. I don't know about that. I think an actor does have a trajectory it's built upon, because they build a reputation. They build and by building reputation, they then have higher billing, and they're brought towards, they're then positioned towards those films that are aiming for the Oscar. That there is a trajectory. You start in small bit parts, and then you build a reputation, and then you go towards big blockbusters.
So you start in the mail room at CAA, an American agency for actors, and then within 15 years you should be a fully fledged agent with really impressive client list. As an actor, you start with one job, and then you go to the left, and then you go to the right, and then it doesn't work out, and then this doesn't. You're not guaranteed to keep going.
Yeah, you're not guaranteed. You are not guaranteed. There's a lot of luck, and there's a lot of need for talent as well. But even in, you could still stay in the mailroom in the typical corporate. There's no guarantee you will actually advance. It depends on your capabilities. You hope it depends upon people's capabilities. But I guess there is still a linear aspect, just that so few people end up being ultra famous. It's like a pyramid.
And you have to prove yourself every
single time. You have to reprove yourself every single time.
We're going to get into your failures now, because
that's interesting.
So great.
Thanks.
And Emilia Clarke is an incredibly chic person, and you've given me.
What does that mean? Does that mean that she's being? Is she actually being? Is she ignoring introverted intuition there, in her choice of a career that doesn't have a clear trajectory? and that the idea is that at each point you still have to prove yourself. Each point is something new, rather than you can rest on your laurels and you can rise up in status. Basically, she's seeing acting as sort of an anti-status thing, and I disagree somewhat. I think you do have, once you're Brad Pitt, there's no way that someone who's on in a TV show once or twice is at the same sort of level of Brad Pitt. There's clearly some kind of hierarchy there. But yeah, you are still judged on your performances each and every time. But even so, if you got enough of a following, you can still avoid certain amount of criticism. Certainly, you're given attention, whether you do well or you don't do so well. So I don't know. It's interesting that she's almost decided to say there's no trajectory, there is no hierarchy. It's sort of left and right, flat, rather than ever actually ascending up. Well, there's no guarantee that you'll ascend up. I think that's interesting and could be a sign of ignoring extroverted intuition.
Very chic failures.
Oh,
Because they were one word each, but within each word, I'm just so excited about the stories that they are going to
Thanks,
tell.
Claudia.
Yes.
Your first failure, we start slightly softer. Your first failure is maths.
Yeah. I could
List of failures. Again.
I could have just
Again,
maths and
self-deprecation.
numbers.
No numbers.
Just can't do it. There's this word for being essentially dyslexic with numbers.
Yes, I think
Dyscalculia?
that's dyscalculia.
Yes, my dad was the genius level math, like just the smartest man ever. My brother the same, like crazy clever, and I was kind of always the thick one in the family, the dummy, and
Self-deprecation again.
it all really began with maths. My dad would test me on my times tables and I would just cry. It sort of became this like pinnacle of...
Which is also odd because times tables is something you memorize. You memorize a song, right? Why can't you memorize times tables, but you can memorize lines? I don't know.
Intelligence, which followed me throughout my whole school career. To the point where when I'm on stage doing the Seagull in the West End, and Tom Rhys-Harris, the cheeky little bugger, we're talking about prime numbers, and it's scripted and we have our lines, and he decides to change it one night because he thinks it's funny, and he looks at me and he goes white because I've gone what I'm crying, and he runs out and goes, "I'm so sorry, like I saw you crumble, I didn't mean to do that." I think and rift for me, it's like this constant fear.
Sounds like
fear, like a deep, like a fear of numbers, but which feels like a colossal failure.
So interesting.
So fear of not understanding, not knowing in regards to numbers, and numbers a particular area where she just doesn't have that sort of confidence to be able to overcome it. So I think that again confirms that she's an ethical type rather than a logical type. Not that we really need to know that in the first place. But which one again? Now, is this a sign of sort of more inflexible, stubborn logic to go with the more flexible ethics? We shall see. Is this a sign of extroverted logic as a mobilizing function or a suggestive function? We need to see.
I feel I can relate to this. I similarly had a thing with my dad, who is terrifically intelligent and an amazing scientist.
Yeah.
With that moment in the back of the car of just going, I can't get past, like this is, so I have done something wrong here. This is wrong that I can't do it because he's something that's so simple for him to do, and I just
True, Isaac.
could never get there. And the more you avoid it, the bigger.
Because the thing is, numbers, whether people more easily memorize numbers or words, I think it's to do with what associations you draw and what interlinkages of relationships you draw. A word can mean different things. It can attach to other meanings. So memorizing words makes sense to people who like to associate across meanings. When it comes to numbers, what you're associating different relationships in terms of numerical quantities. So yeah, I was always more words for numbers.
Yes. And then you end up
I can do numbers.
pulling pints in a bar in Hackney between the days before Game of Thrones, when I'd just come out of drama school, and I lost them money. I lost the bar money because people would give me a 20 and I would probably give that right back.
Yeah.
You know, I'd give them
Yes.
6 drinks, and the fear of not being able to calculate.
Yeah. So
This
again,
is
so
vast.
a
It's
competency-related fear here.
honest, transparent storytelling.
Fear of
Releasing our
not being competent.
on the underarms on areas such as the deodorant available pad with
Audrey Hepburn and Rex Harrington in
My Fair Lady.
in My Fair Lady. I used to watch that daily.
The point is, if you're just giving back the money, okay, and you struggle to, I mean, obviously you can't just give back the same amount of money. There must be some sort of difference. You don't have to count, even if you can't calculate, there's some sort of difference to giving out the money. So is there a sort of certain lack of detail awareness as well, and a certain amount of just focusing, maybe?
For like 4 years, I think. Fast forward to all of Rex's bits. I'm not him in the library. Nope.
Yeah.
Not interested in you, bruv. But that whole story had me transfixed, and I remember being at school, and they were putting on a play, and this was baby school. This was like before I must have been 5, and I didn't realize it at the time, but the teacher had us stand in a line, and she gave us a paragraph to say out loud. I now see that was my first audition, which is crazy that she made us audition. It's really weird. And then she said, "Okay, that's the part that you'll play." And I remember I ran out of the school gates and said to my mum, "I did it. I got the part."
Wow.
And she was like, "What are you talking about? What do you mean?" And that feeling of succeeding and getting the part, and then I'm stood on stage in front of, at that time it felt like 1,000 people, and I just felt really comfortable. And I forgot my lines, and I just stood and looked out into the audience and just smiled. We got it all on camera, me just going, and very at ease, very, very at ease.
You felt aligned, maybe.
Yeah, with all eyes on me.
So very comfortable with the extroverted ethics, it seems. Potentially comfortable being out there in front of people, comfortable being seen. But yeah, the problem for her is that sense of, am I competent at doing things? That's the fragility.
I find it very moving that this failure has led us to talk about your dad.
Yeah.
And I wonder if subconsciously or consciously, maybe that's why you chose it.
Maybe. Yeah.
Because your dad died in 2016.
Yeah, 10 years this year.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you. It's the worst. I've had 2 brain hemorrhages. I've had Game of Thrones, and there is nothing worse. It's the single most transformative thing that's ever happened. Definitely. It's this thing where when I find, and when I meet women who've also lost their fathers, the thing that happened that that you could never predict or understand, it feels like the safety net in the world has gone, but it's a safety net you didn't know was there.
Okay, talking about safety as well, about the idea that someone can provide a certain degree of stability, maybe protection. Not sure yet.
And it was just unfathomable. I'm a relentlessly optimistic person, and it was unfathomable that could happen. And it took me years to just comprehend it, the finality of it, the enormity of it. And we just weren't prepared, and it wasn't, at no point did anyone say your dad's dying of cancer. It was just like, oh, this is wrong with him, and then this is wrong with him, and then this is wrong with him. And he'd had this cancer diagnosis. And I was filming. And I went back. I'll tell you my spooky story about this.
Oh, goodness, being away filming during this, that's a lot of pressure.
So I was filming this tiny movie that barely even got released because I really wanted to do it. And I remember leaving and then being like, should I be leaving? And my mum being like, your father's a professional. He would kill you if you didn't do this job. So I was just doing it in Kentucky, which is like a 22-hour door-to-door journey. And we got the call that said, first of all, I had the call of your father's going into an operation that he might not live through. Talked to him on the phone. Not pleasant. He survived that. And then I got the call saying you have to come back home. So I got the flights.
Okay, this is sort of just recounting what happened. I mean, I'm not sure if it's much to do with personality there. See a little bit more maybe up here.
Like making sure that the doctors are going to do a really good job, and I'm fluttering around my dad, being like, I'm coming home, I'm coming. Like, hold on, you're going to be fine. And then I somehow fall asleep, and in a dream, I'm in the dream, and I'm in my airline seat, and my dad's hospital bed is next to me, and he just turns and said, I just came to say goodbye. And I land, and my mum sends me a text saying, don't rush. So I knew that he'd passed, and he passed at the time that I was having the dream. And then I get there and I spend time with his body, which just, I was there with my dad. My mum and my brother have been in the hospital for days.
And also it's these sort of, I've noticed it's when I find these sort of spooky stories and people tell me spooky stories, they're often intuitive, ethical types that they process information more thematically, relationally, but also through their imagination, through not what's direct in terms of their experiences. I know a few people who sort of lost relatives who were NFs had these kind of things, or they've had something, maybe not something as direct as the dream state, but almost seeing something and thinking, oh, that's him, etc. I've noticed that quite a bit.
And we open the house and there's butterfly.
Oh, there we go.
Flying
exactly.
around.
One of those.
So now I just see my dad in butterflies everywhere.
That's one of those.
Summer, because he passed away in July, it's just I don't know. I just feel so strongly that what happens after we die, we don't know. But one thing's for certain is that we go back into the world. We go back into the world. My father was cremated, and he is everywhere.
Yes.
He's absolutely everywhere.
That is so beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing that.
This idea of going back into the world, it's not about transcending. It's the opposite of transcending. It's being part of everything. It's more of an introverted sensation idea than an introverted intuition idea. Going no longer being here, being elsewhere. Whereas this is said, no, he hasn't gone elsewhere. He is even more here than he was before. He is everywhere. So it's sort of an introverted sensation idea. It's an immersion into the state of nature rather than forever leaving the state of nature.
This is the extent of my scientific knowledge is that we're made up of atoms. This is where science and spirituality meet.
And my dad was a deeply spiritual yet deeply scientific man. He deeply believed in black holes, and I'm like, that's where you are.
Yeah,
you're in a parallel universe. And I
deeply believed in black holes
every single day, and I know that the only good thing about having someone that you love pass away is that every good thing that ever happens, it's them. And I feel that.
Yes.
I really, really feel that.
Thank you so much. He sounds like a wonderful person. And I hope you're going to be kind to yourself in July.
Yes. No, we always do something. Or at least, if we're not all together, we'll always try and do something. Sometimes it's just going to the pub and raising a pint because he likes to.
through.
Mm.
And I wonder whether you ever experienced something similar, whether that changed your attitude. No.
So this is why I have recovery as a failure.
Yeah.
I wrapped the first season of Game of Thrones. Wild experience. Biggest job of note. You know, I'd never done anything with America. I didn't really quite understand the level of what HBO was and could be, and clueless, but had the most incredible time. But it flipped my life upside down. I was quite stressed, and we wrapped that in December. And February, I was in the gym doing a plank and had my first brain hemorrhage, and then spent the next.
Interesting also, the brain hemorrhage came on by stress, by sort of turn her life upside down. She'd been traveling and this and that, and that's all the strain, and then she had the brain hemorrhage. That's interesting. Potentially speaks to a weaker introverted sensation as well.
2 weeks
Potentially.
with
I don't want to say it necessarily is, but there is a little stress in the sort of thing.
They knew I wouldn't die. So the first 2 weeks after a brain injury, if you're not clearly mentally disabled or in a coma or whatever it might be, they're just waiting for something to go wrong. They're waiting for it to get worse. I was in A&E until they worked out what was wrong with me, and I went to a different hospital, and they were, plugging me in, and I just kept trying to say, like, I've got to go to work. Like, I can't be here. How long is this going to take? And they're like, your brain is bleeding. It's going to take quite some time. So that took a long time for me to wrap my head around. But as soon as I left hospital, I had maybe a month. And then I was doing press for the first season of Game of Thrones, still with a bit of morphine.
Bloody hell, Amelia.
I was so...
Again, not much introverted sensation here.
ashamed that this thing had happened, and that the people who had employed me might see me as weak or see me as something that could be broken. It was so like, no, I'm fine. And
see, then this is interesting. She's presenting this as I needed to appear not weak to these people, and so I pushed myself, and my health suffered. And I guess the key thing is, no, I really need to look after myself and practice self-care. It sounds like an extra sensation role situation here.
I was so young, and it was so...
It's not identifying with the strength. It's doing it because
injury.
it feels expected.
And tried my best to just like pretend like it didn't happen in order to get back to work, in order to keep working and be, good. And then very quickly after that, we were doing season 2.
Did you tell anyone on Game of Thrones at all?
No. I told David and Dan, the showrunners, because it was like my duty to say, I didn't die. So everything's fine, but just letting you know. And they were obviously very kind and lovely, but it was not something I told a single soul, because I just didn't want anyone to know.
So the thing, extrovert intuition leading types, because of the extrovert sensation role, they don't put their physical needs first. Instead, what they do is they tough it out because they feel that's what's needed of them in the moment. They struggle to say, right, this is my physical condition. I need these things to happen around me. They just don't do that. If you look at, say, an EIE or an LIE, they are more likely to freak out if they have some sort of if their body sort of collapses. And then, yeah, in those cases where what one that for them, they'll hate their own weakness in it, and their sense of their body rebelling against it, was a nightmare situation for them. But they will actually then sort of stick to certain things to at least try to create a sense of stability for themselves, even if they have no idea what stability actually is. Whereas for an IE, it's more like they will sacrifice that because of the extrovert sensation role, and they need someone else to say, no, we need to look after you. And they're almost looking for someone to do that. They don't feel they can do that themselves.
If you don't mind, going back to that moment when you're doing a plank in a gym in North London.
Yeah.
What is the first feeling that you get?
I have to preface this with, the night before I'd had this horrible headache, and I just felt restless and anxious and stressed, really clearly being like, I don't feel good in my brain and body. And I was staying at my parents', and then I got the train to London and was just like, oh, got this weird headache in the back of my neck, like right round in the back. Didn't think anything of it because I got headaches quite a lot. And then I arrived at the gym and was like we've all had those days where you're at the gym going, I mean, I'd rather be anywhere else. Like, this is really hard. And it felt particularly difficult. I was in a mode of beating myself up. So you're like, come on, we're doing this. We're going to do it.
That's the extrovert sensation role,
so
right there.
I was incredibly tired. We were doing the plank, and then the closest thing to describe it is imagine an elastic band just snapping around your brain. This like insane pressure. And I stopped, and he was like, where does it hurt? And I said, my head. And he was that my trainer was like, that's not good. And then everything feels like a blur. I crawled to the loo, and was just vomiting profusely with this unbearable headache. And in that moment, I knew I was being brain damaged. Something clicked. Tomorrow's world. I don't know. Someone somewhere had said, if you're throwing up and you have a headache, that's bad. That's really.
But you can see there is a sort of body awareness there. There's it's not strong, but there's a sense of I need my body to feel whole, and I don't know how to actually keep it whole myself. And I do things to it because I feel I have to, but I need this. The implicit thing here is the introverted sensation and suggestive function. It's a classic sort of struggle dynamic between the sensations for an extroverted intuition leading type.
Really bad. So I started wiggling my fingers and toes, and I started going through all the lines from the show. And I just kept saying to myself, I'm an actor. Because I'd just got my dream job. So I just wanted to, so I just kept saying this kind of mantra over and over and over and over again. And then someone, and I don't know who, because I was really coming in and out of consciousness, someone obviously heard me, called an ambulance. Someone else found my phone back in the day when your phone didn't need to be unlocked by your eyeballs. And they called my mum, and they got me in an ambulance. And then my parents, by the time I got to hospital, my parents walked past because I was in the hallway. It was very busy London hospital.
What else can we see?
At this point, we're now. So yeah, I thought that I was doing really well and everything was brilliant, and I was doing a terrible play on Broadway, but I was living in New York, and I was having the time of my life, and cute little studio apartment, and everything was wonderful. And I was coming to the end of the show and the end of my SAG medical.
Yeah, so SAG, Screen Actors Guild, it's the union medical that you have when you're acting in America.
Yes. And I was like, oh, I need a brain scan, because at that point I was having a brain scan every 6 months, because basically they saw when they fixed the first one, they saw that I had a second aneurysm,
right?
Because they often come in clusters, or what we call mirror aneurysms, which is basically when your brain is being formed,
right?
Just like the weakness as the blood pumps round turns into this little bubble that's filled with blood, and as your blood pressure gets more, that the pressure on that becomes so great. So if it ruptures, they fill it.
She's talking about how they deal with this, how the process part she wants to relay in its detail as well. That's also worth talking about. Go back a bit.
Just like the weakness, as I think they just filled it a bit too much.
Right.
So that caused a tear. So then they had to cut my head open and clamp it, and then that's a bit more secure. But it was quite a big bleed, and I have no memories of anything that I didn't see any. I didn't have any spiritual awakening or anything, but my parents were waiting for me, and the doctors would just come down every half an hour going, we think she's going to die. No, we think she's blind. No, we think she's going to be paralyzed. No. Every half an hour, they're just trying to work out what parts of my brain were going and how they were trying to save me. And my mum says that she felt a bright light, and she knew that everything was going to be okay. And then they came down and said, She's fine. So that's pretty wild.
So I know this from Clemmy,
Mm.
whose initial recovery, I was there for
Right.
some of it.
Mm.
She was in a coma for 17 days.
But it was a process. Nothing like Clemmy.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest thing that happened to me with the second brain hemorrhage was I shut down emotionally.
Right.
And it became this thing where I just couldn't look anyone in the eye. When you have a brain injury, you move around in the world. And for me, what happened after the first and specifically after the second, I was just convinced that I had cheated death and I was meant to die. And that every day that's all I could think about. So it was the opposite of like, I survived, I feel great. And it was this like, I'm not meant to be here. This is gonna come and get me. And that like it just cuts you off from
Although she said she's a relentlessly optimistic person, so that's interesting.
being able to engage with the outside world, because you're walking around knowing that your body has failed you, your brain has failed you, this thing that you know to be where yourself, your perception of yourself lies, has failed you.
The idea of failure and self-deprecation, it is implicit in the interview, I guess. It's interesting that she's decided to go on this interview, though. It does seem very sort of Delta-oriented.
And no one else can see it. So you've become very sensitive. And then I'll never forget, we went to Comic-Con again, like literally 6 weeks later. I'm like promoting the show.
6 weeks after the operation that you just described, is that?
Yes.
Okay, so sorry, I don't want to interrupt.
No. So we're
for anyone who's listening to this rather than watching on YouTube, my expression is one of shock and admiration in a way.
Again, weak introverted sensation.
Without my work, I don't know what I would do. The repercussions that I had as a result of my brain injury are all things hilariously that I've only just fixed. That I was quite happy living with. Not happy, but you know, okay, it'd be fine. Like it wasn't debilitating to the point where I can't walk or I can't speak, or I used to think my ability to act had gone. Definitely don't have any maths now. And so we were promoting the show. We were at San Diego Comic-Con. It's wild. It's crazy. I started getting a headache. And anytime I got any kind of headache, I was like, that's it. It's happening. It's happening again. And I was getting this headache. And my publicist was like, right, we've got to go do this live interview with MTV. And I was like, I think I'm going to die. I think it's happening. And she was like, I mean, what do you say to that? And in my head, I was like, if I'm going to die, I'll do it on live TV. Like, let's go. There is no other option, which was I was blessed that after each of my brain injuries, in my mind, there was no other option but to carry on. I was raised by a family that did not partake in pity.
And even that idea, I'll just die on live TV. It's sort of almost casual. This sort of idea. Well, I'll just do it in front of people. I think that said, the extroverted ethics, there's a lot of it, but it's worn very lightly. Would an EIE decide to just die on TV if they found them to die? Well, no, because then suddenly what's going on with them and how they're perceived by others no longer in their control. Whereas Amelia does not seem to mind about that. What she minds about is her competence under her control.
Pity is not on the table. It's not how we operated. And one of the deepest cuts of having the second brain hemorrhage was that I was like, that's not very fair. Why did I have to have another one? Like that. And that thought felt like going backwards.
Gosh, you must have lost faith in lost trust in so much.
In myself.
Yes.
That being the biggest issue. Yes. That's what it does.
And is that why you've chosen recovery as a failure?
Yes, because I didn't do any of the things. I did not take care of myself. I did not.
No, she didn't.
Give myself any grace. I did not give myself any encouragement or I didn't glean any courage from it. I didn't give myself any kindness. Everything was like, you failed. You like, I remember calling David and Dan after the second, being like, lol, happen again. Don't worry though. Don't write me out of the show. I'm good. I'm gonna be fine. And they were, you know, sweet and lovely and kind, and obviously like, oh my God, are you okay? But in my mind, I'm like, that means that you don't think I can do my job. And again, we are talking about a time when there weren't a lot of young women in big shows. Hell, there weren't a lot of shows. This was the beginning of prestige TV. Not the beginning, obviously. Sopranos was the beginning, but like, you know, the like
Tomorrow's World was the beginning. Love that reference. Love that reference.
So good, the baby in the water.
Yes, yeah.
What is this? Oh, it's an ad. Okay. What's this most replayed?
T's and C's and minimum investment supply.
For
Okay.
years to get there, but this was like height,
Yes.
peak people pleasing time. I tried to keep as much familiarity around me as I could, and I think looking back, it's probably a reaction to having been so ill.
Where are you in your recovery?
Keeping familiarity. That's more of an introvert sensation.
Bit happening again. Has that
Yeah.
gone?
Yes, that kind of that left me a couple of years after the second one, I think. One morning you wake up and you're like, oh, haven't had that thought in a while. Whereas before, I would say to my hair and makeup team, I would say to whatever job I was on, I would take people that I trusted and liked that were going to be up in my face. I'm
Introverted ethics.
having a brain hemorrhage quite a lot. I'm not. And they're like, I don't know. You want to give me that? Do you want me to hold that? What if you are? You know, it's you know, fear. It's infectious. And then a couple of years after, I just realized that I wasn't thinking about that anymore. And I get my brain checked all the time.
I think the whole idea of strength is a performance for others. So she confides in people that she relates to when she's not strong.
I've lived with the other result of a brain injury that only this year have I properly fixed, which is crazy. I run a charity. I'm doing this all day long. And that's where my failure of recovery, because I did everything wrong.
Yes.
You know?
And the things that you've only just fixed, are they the psychology of what you went through?
Do you know about Ehlers-Danlos syndrome?
I've heard of it, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I have that.
Okay.
I'm on that spectrum, the hypermobile spectrum. There are things that are a repercussion of having that. MCAS being one of them, mast cell activation syndrome. Basically just means I have a lot of inflammation because my body thinks it's allergic to everything. I have this remarkable doctor in America, and he's just fixed everything, and I feel great.
Oh, I'm so
in a way that like I didn't realize I could feel great. You know, because you're like, it's fine. There's none of those things are interrupting my life to have.
Yep, standard suggestive function, introvert sensation there, fixing things she didn't even know she needed fixing.
Massive degree.
Well, may your 40s be blessed.
Oh my goodness.
In my experience, it's the best decade yet.
Well, I do believe I'm entering the 40s.
I feel like spiritually you've always been in your 40s. You said knowledgeably not knowing, but I feel like
an old soul.
Yes, you're going to love it. You're going to love it.
I'm excited.
Okay, let's get on to your final failure because
I
can't wait to get into this with you.
That I remember after the first one in the second season, I did my first filming day and I walked into my hotel room and I collapsed and I woke up the next morning exactly where I'd fallen. Wow. You know,
I've done that before.
Not saving lives, but filming days can be 18 hours. You're on your feet. It's into acting, you know, it's...
The general pattern is that her failure is not looking after introvert sensation enough. And a recognition this is something she does value, but she does not give time to. That is it. This is an introverted sensation, suggestive functional journey.
It is, but it's it can be taxing because you're kind of wired and tired all the time.
But
because you're
also,
just
can I
on.
say you have had 2 brain aneurysms, and
Yes,
that is one of the symptoms. It's like overwhelming, crushing tiredness
exactly.
because you're kind of catching up with yourself, and your brain is
Exactly.
reimagining itself.
But what it means is it meant that my ability to be social of an evening, or go to the party, or go to the event, or there's this and there's this, and then there's this party afterwards, and then there's that and there's that and there's this afterwards, and then someone wants you here and someone wants you there. I had to make choices as to how many of those things I was able to do. People want to give you the wonderful hotel and want the free stuff, and I'm like, I don't need much.
Yeah.
In fact, too much I find a bit overwhelming.
That's another thing. She doesn't need much. She doesn't need celebrity stuff. She doesn't relate to the grandeur of being a celebrity, which what a beta would be more drawn to. She doesn't really know what to do with it.
Yes.
I've had a few interviews or experiences before where people really want you to be a diva.
Mhm.
And that is not me and never has been. This sounds like a humble brag as I'm saying that loud, but it's as a kid growing up wanting to be an actor, it wasn't to be famous, it was to be
Competent.
creative and be an actor. And you sort of
Be an actor,
sometimes
got to be
I just
creative, but also
in certain
be
rooms
able
where
to
I'm
act,
just
to
like,
be
I'm
good
not
at something.
Feels like there was a conflict with your own authenticity.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
So do you think, was your perception that people were disappointed that you were too normal?
I felt like a big fat loser.
Oh, Amelia!
I know. I
So
know.
that must have been strange as well, because Game of Thrones, don't know if you know this, it was kind of massive. And got a lot of fans.
Yes, yes.
And I know that you've had negative experiences with stalking, and I'm sure there was a lot that felt unmanageable.
Sure, she struggled with stalkers.
Yes.
It's terrible.
So was there a part of you that wanted
That
to
kind of role.
from that too? How do you feel about Game of Thrones now?
Oh, it's a really good question. It changes all the time, changes every year.
It's interesting. What she's basically saying, she does not relate to the whole lifestyle of celebrity. She didn't do it to become famous. She did it because she wanted to be an actress. She wanted to be someone who had a sort of, could be creative, who could sort of do something well, and she felt natural at doing it. She felt she could do it well because she feared feeling incompetent. And so this whole celebrity thing which comes with it, she doesn't relate to, which makes sense for a Delta.
There's distance there, so I can see it fully for all that it is. It was way too big for me to comprehend, even a year after it happened. It was just, it's like thinking about high school.
Yeah,
That's how I
not
always feel.
EIE,
Because
Andy.
it was
I'm
10 years
thinking
ago.
IE.
Yeah.
I think
Those
IE makes a lot more
friendships
sense.
relationships that you have become like family, in that like there was fighting and there was difficult times and there was wonderful times, but there was life. People got married, people got divorced, people got kids, these enormous things happened. And looking back on Game of Thrones, it's the enormity of it for me is a lived experience of what I felt filming it, a lived experience of what was reflected back to me when you meet fans, the like freak outs I'd get for being in the last couple of years at least. So this, as soon as I got recognized, used to get panic attacks. Like it would just, I just couldn't handle it.
Interesting.
Really in that moment. And then you look back on it and you're sort of like, it was lightning in a bottle. That was my youth. That was like extraordinary, this extraordinary thing. And I was a part of it. And yes, the lived experience versus looking back on what you felt when you were filming it and what you see it to have been from a cultural point of view. And those two things are very far apart.
So that's interesting. She sees the cultural significance of what she did. She does not relate personally to the cultural experience of what she did. She relates instead to her personal experiences of it. And I think there you see the strength in the intuition and the ethics, the strength in extrovert ethics and introverted intuition, yet also the not valuing of that over the extrovert intuition and the introverted ethics.
So it's going to take me a few more years to try and marry them up.
And have you watched House of the Dragon?
No.
No.
That's like going to like someone else's high school reunion.
Okay, right. Yes, got it. Okay. And are you still very good friends with Jason Momoa?
I am. Yes, beautiful Jason. Kit and Rose are my closest though. They're the ones that I see the most. Kit Harington played Jon Snow, and Rose Leslie, who is his actual wife, played Ygritte.
Mm.
That's lovely that those friendships have maintained themselves.
Yes, yeah.
When you get people recognizing you in the street, how does that feel and what do they say?
It does not feel overwhelming anymore, right? Which is wonderful. And it feels lovely. You're like, oh, just give me a little boost.
Yeah.
That's so nice. These people are being so nice to me. I finally feel like I'm at a place in my career now where I'm like, I get it. Whereas I was so young, and I know I was in my 20s, but from an industry and work point of view, I was the most naive creature you could possibly imagine. I had no idea.
You don't Google yourself, do you?
Oh no. So sitting in my hospital bed after the first brain injury, my dad was reading the newspaper. There was some article in it about the size of my bum. It was read to me, and it destroyed me, completely destroyed me. I'm sure they were trying to be like, hey, look at that, a regular sized butt on TV. How nice. But that robbed me of any desire to ever read anything about myself. And I've never Googled myself. You know, Game of Thrones racy show. There's a lot of comments. It's a lot of stuff.
Yes.
I was a kid.
Well, you started off this failure by saying that you are a failure as a celebrity. You're not a very good celebrity.
Yeah, like just.
And yet, sort of and then she didn't like. It was not so much how she's perceived, but when it starts talking about her physicality, that's when she just doesn't want to really engage in that. Which, again, makes sense for I think a more intuitive type. They're not, it's a sensitive area talking about their body and its physical attributes. It's not really what information she's good at processing. She's decided not to process that. She could be quite hurt there.
No, I just didn't.
And it's interesting contrasting that and just being able to die, on live TV, and you're sort of throwing that out quite casually.
Yes. Some people are born for fame, get the free stuff, have a beautiful time.
She's not born
go
for
to
fame.
every party. And historically, that hasn't been me.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm like, oh, your party sounds fun, but because I feel good with it.
Well, what I would like to say is that I think you are a very loved celebrity, actually. And because
nice.
I have Googled
She is very likable, which IEs tend to be.
Need to do it. Good. People love you and warm to you because they see your authenticity.
It's very nice.
And actually, the fact that you've been through all of this stuff and all of this struggle and retained the essence of who I feel you really are is such a testament to your strength of character, and it's why I believe you are so loved.
Thank you. That's incredibly kind. You spend your 20s and 30s
I want to say
testament to your strength of character.
30s trying to be somebody else. And then your 40s are the moment when you go back to who you actually are.
That's 100% been my experience.
That's how it feels right now. I feel now that I'm like, I don't care.
Yes.
I'm just going to be exactly what I am.
which is the moving out of the sort of demonstrative extroverted ethics.
Slightly superficial notes. And
is it into extroverted logic mobilizing?
I'm a fellow eyebrows.
Yes.
I love your brows. I literally had mine done especially for today. I was like, I need to come and bring my brow A game.
They look very good.
And one of the things that you are loved for by the wider public, not just me, is your expressiveness and your eyebrows.
Yeah.
And is it true that your mother said to you once, don't do drugs, don't have sex, don't do anything to your brows?
Yeah, literally.
Okay.
She used to bribe me. She said, when I was like, I want to be like Posh Spice, and I want to get rid of, I just want to have the tiniest little eyebrows. She was like, I'm going to get you an appointment with an eyebrow specialist. Like, they existed. Do you know what I mean? That wasn't around.
Okay.
And she just kept being like, oh yeah, they're busy, but we're just going to, and then I forgot about it.
That's genius.
Genius.
Wise women.
Yeah, yeah.
But do you find it slightly absurd that we live in such a culture where a woman's natural expressiveness is worthy of note in the public eye?
Oh my God. It breaks my heart that is where we are right now. Makes me very sad. Women should do whatever they want to do for themselves to feel good and feel beautiful. But I do believe that we just are beautiful. You know, you just are. And the thing that I worry about is I think that one procedure can lead to another. I remember it when I went through a phase of having the eyelash extensions.
Yes.
The ones that they like glue in permanently, like permanent. And I started doing them. It was, oh my God, it's a game changer. And my mum said, got to a point where she was like, darling, like an elephant. This is outrageous. And I couldn't see how like hooked I'd
You
got on
literally
them.
couldn't see from
Literally couldn't see. And then like fall off it, get really skanky, and take care of it. But where does it end? I don't want to judge anyone for making any choices, whatever makes them feel good. But I hope that they're making the choices from a place of what you want. You know what I mean?
Yes, from self-knowledge.
Yeah.
And I think in so many ways that's what this conversation has been all about.
Okay. So, yeah, I think IE for Emilia Clarke. I think this is someone who is naturally very quirky, enjoys a creative environment, went into acting because she was what she was doing and she felt competent doing it. She was moved away from things anything to do with numbers, anything which made her feel incompetent, such as doing a calculation, anything like that. She was, to start off with, more of a people pleaser, especially in regards to feeling that I need to please people so I don't feel incompetent with myself, and then also needing to be strong and sort of tough out these sort of roles, even though her health was failing and not looking after herself enough, but realizing and seeing that as being a failing of herself and almost wanting and almost needing someone to almost bring things into sort of harmony and bring things into a sense of self-care. So all that's in play there. Also, just sort of a very naturally expressive in emotions, but not taking that seriously and often using it in the context of self-deprecation rather than image setting or narrative setting. Very little narrative setting, except that, oh no, I failed here. I need to learn and do better, which is very much a sort of Delta approach to things, and sort of not really related to a celebrity, which is, again, there's a disjoint between her values, which I think are Delta, and the sort of beta celebrity lifestyle. So all those things coming together, and also just how much she relishes in these different points, going through the process of, say, how she learnt how to speak Russian, going through the process of what operations were done on her brain and those sorts of things. You see the aspects of extroverted logic coming through as a mobilizing function, with the sheer lack of introvert sensation as a suggestive function. Am I back? Okay. What happened there? Right. Am I back? You can hear me, we can't see me. Okay, let's fix that now. I think I'm here. I'm here. Can you see me now? See. You do not receive enough video to maintain smooth streaming. What? It says poor. Why is it poor? Okay, I'm back. Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. So yeah, internet blipped, but it's fine. I'm switching. I'm switching to a new internet provider because for some reason, having the paying ridiculous amounts of money for. Right. Okay. I'm back again. Am I back? Can you see me now? Okay. Right. I'm back. Good. Okay, good. Now you can see. Good. Right. So Cotton Mather. I need to. I can't. I need to know how I pronounce this. How to pronounce Mather. Okay, it is Mather. Cotton Mather. Right. He was a Puritan minister, historian, and polymath in colonial New England, and producing over 400 published works spanning theology, science, and ecclesiastical history. Born in Boston to the prominent clergyman Increase Mather, he succeeded his father as pastor of a second church, becoming a leading intellectual in Massachusetts Bay Colony. What is a name like Increase? Goodness, Cotton and Increase. Now, am I right in saying has this got anything to do with the Salem witch trials? I wonder if it does because I think that that name rings a bell. So the most enduring achievement, Magnalia Christi Americana, chronicles the Puritan settlement of New England as a divine endeavor, drawing family records and primary documents to assert the colony's providential mission. He also contributed to early American science by advocating smallpox inoculation and learned technique from his enslaved informant, Onesimus, and corresponding with European physicians. He learned the technique of inoculation from a first century AD slave belonging to Philemon. Um, What? That must be wrong. 1st century AD slave belonging to Philemon, a Christian resident of Colossae and Phrygia. Okay, this cannot be his enslaved informant. I think that there's something wrong there. Cosmo of European physicians, which it earned him selection to the Royal Society of London, one of the first Native Americans so honoured. These efforts reflect his commitment to empirical inquiry within a framework of providential causation. Right, I see. Okay, right, that's where the name comes from. Okay, yeah, that makes it. It is biblical in origin. Okay, fine. Involvement in the Salem witch trials means a defining controversy. While not a judge, he examined afflicted children prior to the trials and authored The Wonders of the Invisible World, which defended the proceedings by affirming witchcraft's reality based in Puritan theology and eyewitness accounts. But he later expressed reservations about spectral evidence's reliability. Modern portrayals often amplify his role in a broader societal hysteria, yet primary sources indicate his positions aligned with prevailing beliefs in demonic affiliation. Affliction, with his father Increase Mather's critiques helping to curtail the trial's excesses. Despite such associations, voluminous output and advocacy for literacy, charity, and inoculation underscores multifaceted legacy in shaping colonial intellectual life. Okay. So intellectually oriented, seemingly more empirically oriented, but also ideological. Let's see. The paternal lineage traced back to Richard Mather, a nonconformist minister. Persecution under Archbishop William Laud. Settled in Dorchester, became a founding member of the church and influential in Puritan governance, fathering Increase Mather in 1639. Its English Puritan heritage emphasized strict Calvinist doctrine, opposition to Anglican hierarchy, shaping the founders' commitment to ecclesia. Thinking about the Puritans, they were basically totalitarians. They were ultra-religious totalitarians. They were very controlling over day-to-day people. Witch trials would have made sense in such an environment. What I find very interesting, I'm currently watching through The Handmaid's Tale with my wife, and I think to myself, what they've basically done is they've recreated the sort of Puritan New England. It's set in Boston, so it makes total sense. They recreate Puritan New England there, and it's sort of the idea that the sort of this sort of population goes between puritanical totalitarian, sort of more sort of progressive wokeism, and sort of going in between the two. But yeah, okay. Sort of fits. So this is the sort of environment which he grew up in. It's sort of a very totalitarian, Puritan and puritanical environment. On his maternal side, his grandfather was John Cotton. So, okay, Cotton, as we're called, a leading Puritan theologian who fled England and served as teacher of a Boston church, advocating covenant theology and millennial expectations, central to New England Puritanism. Consort and Maria married in Increase, linking two dynastic ministerial families. He was born into this as well. Cobbe was born in 1663 to Increase Mather, then a young minister. As the third generation of Mathers in America, his birth occurred amid the colony's efforts to maintain Puritan orthodoxy following restoration of English monarchy in 1660, which threatened non-conformistic communities. He was born 1663, as he said. Okay, there's lots of repetition in Wikipedia, I find. Maybe the household exempt by strict Puritan family dynamics, Increase enforced daily Bible study, prayer, and catechism amid a large brood. Increase and Maria had 14 children, only 6 survived to adulthood, including Cotton as the eldest son. His own rigorous education and theological pursuits directly shaped Cotton's early training. Father tutored son in Latin and classical languages, a home for formal schooling, fostering a of scholarly discipline, intertwined with fervent piety. and his Maria, drawing from her father's legacy of covenant theology, reinforced domestic religious instruction, emphasizing predestination and moral purity as familial duties. Predestination is such a basically, if you are destined to go to hell or heaven. You have no real choice in the matter. It's a very Calvinist idea. Mather's childhood was marked by physical frailty and possible speech impediments, which is going into his journals. To not deter his precocious religious development, his reported early convictions of sin and aspirations for ministry around age 7, influenced by the house's prudential worldview and clerical exemplars. The found's communal worship and discussions of divine sovereignty instead of a lifelong commitment to supernatural realism. Supernatural realism. While increased absence in ecclesiastical missions occasionally shifted authority to Cotton, accelerating his sense of vocational destiny within the Puritan theocratic framework. He demonstrated exceptional precocity in classical languages, having been rigorously tutored by his father, passed entrance examinations in Latin and Greek, his undergraduate studies in most of liberal arts curriculum, typical of Puritan higher education, classical authors, logic, rhetoric, theology, lots of emerging interest in Hebrew, philosophy, and natural science. College maintained a rigorous regimen of recitations, disputations, and moral instruction, aligned with congregation's principles for enrollment. Enrollment remained small, with fewer than 50 students in most classes. He excelled academically, forming early connections with faculty and peers, of course, his father's ministerial legacy. His Bachelor of Arts degree at 15, with a Master of Arts at 18, after defending a thesis on Hebrew punctuation. Hebrew punctuation? Goodness. Sir, does Hebrew have punctuation? I guess you won't see the punctuation in the writing. Let's just say that when it comes to the punctuation is hidden, asserting its divine origin, a position he later revised. Interesting. Puncta Hebraica sunt originis divinae. Okay. Around this period, he experienced a profound spiritual crisis, grappling with doubts about his conversion and election. Interesting. Okay. Spiritual crisis. He grappled with doubts about his conversion and election, which he resolved through intensive prayer and self-examination, solidifying his commitment to Puritan ministry. So, sounds to me he was quite reflective as a person, therefore. His years at Harvard led to his prolific scholarly output, blending erudition with evangelical zeal. His first sermon in Boston in October that year, he preached from the pulpit once occupied by his grandfather. These early appearances marked the beginning of his public ministerial activity. He received a call to assist his father as pastor at their second church. What else? Formally ordained as a co-pastor of the second church in 1685, age 22. And then he assumed leadership of the congregation with his father. He then served as sole pastor to his own death, 1728. Amazing how linear life was back then. In 1689, news of the Glorious Revolution in England fueled unrest. He joined a council of elite Bostonians in issuing the Boston Declaration of Grievances, confronting the governor, Sir Edmund Andros, and demanding his immediate resignation to avert further mob action. Interesting. The document attributed to Mather, among its authors, enumerated specific grievances, including Andros's imposition of taxes without legislative consent, violation of property rights, land teachers. At the time, this is before the war for independence. So England was still, well, America were the particular states. The colony, they're basically just colonies belonging to the British Empire at this point in time. So still before what happened in the 18th century. But true to Mather, among his authors, grievances. violate property rights, land seizures, curtail the town meetings, efforts to undermine Puritan religious observances by promoting Anglican practices. These charges framed Andros's rule as tyrannical and illegitimate, aligned with revolt with broader English resistance to absolutism under James II. His authorship and presentation of the Declaration positioned as a key intellectual leader in the bloodless uprising same day, which saw armed colonists seize Boston's fort, arrest Andros, and dismantle the Dominion government structure imposed in 1686. At 26, his actions bridged clerical influence with political mobilization, just for overthrow as a defense of colonial liberties and provincial deliverance from arbitrary power. He caused conflicts with colonial governors. His primary political conflicts was the appointment of Joseph Dudley, marking a shift from earlier alliances to open antagonism, rooted in disputes over governance, imperial oversight, and Puritan influence. Dudley was a royal appointee enforcing stricter crown control, following the revocation of the original Massachusetts Charter. Maybe viewed Dudley's administration as a threat to New England's religious civil order, his efforts to undermine his authority. He got quite involved in that sort of stuff. He didn't stay out of politics. He was very much involved in the politics. It actively positioned against Dudley's appointment and sought his removal. Conflict peaked in the 1707 pamphlet war, with anonymously authoring a memorial of the present deplorable state of New England, which detailed charges of corruption against Dudley. A tract claimed Dudley engaged in legal trade with French Canada. They supported these claims with affidavits from people of worth and petitioned Queen Anne for Dudley's recall, defending them from the governor's actions of betraying the colony's interests during wartime. Despite the exchange, to factional malice, Puritan holdouts resistant to imperial reforms. Dudley remained secure, the government of 1715, outlasted Queen Anne's reign, while Mavor's efforts to oust him through London influence proved ineffective, highlighting limits of clerical power against moral prerogative. It sounds to me he is extrovert sensation valuing from this. He seems to be very invested in the removing of certain people from power and exercising their influence to try to do so. He adhered to a cosmology of integrated and omnipresent supernatural realm, where divine providence, angelic interventions, and demonic forces directly influence human affairs, grounded in scriptural precedents such as the expulsion of evil spirits and the warfare against principalities. This worldview framed the material world as a battleground between God's elect and Satan's minions, with demons as fallen angels, capable of possessing bodies, afflicting mind, and manifesting through spectral visions of physical torments. Goodness. Centuries beliefs was the notion of witchcraft as a deliberate covenant with Satan, with individuals renouncing God to gain infernal powers for harm, as evidence of biblical condemnations, yada, yada, yada. Mavor articulates this doctrine explicitly. The witches make a horrible agreement with devils to be theirs alone, and able to converse with commandees for malicious ends. His memorable providences relating to witchcrafts and possessions document purported demonic outbreaks as the afflictions of Goodwin children in Boston. One thing I do sort of like about the 17th century, this sort of intellectual development and people writing all sorts of papers about all manner of crazy things. You saw James I, King James I, was also would write papers like this quite a bit. It's quite interesting. That sort of very fresh intellectual period coming out of the still really in the Renaissance, if you think about it, in sort of latter Renaissance. Convulsions, blessings, utterances of version of prayer attributed to witches, spectral assaults under satanic direction. These events reinforced Puritan convictions that demons targeted the godly, especially children, as vulnerable points in the cosmic struggle, with relief achievable only through prayer, fasting, ecclesiastical intervention. Very much introverted intuition stuff here. He expanded his theology, portraying New England as a divine outpost, provoking intensified demonic opposition, where angels can encounter evil spirits. So always relating things to the big divine picture, whatever that is. and seemed to be very much focused on that rather than sort of just day-to-day life, and then involving himself in sort of quite meaningful struggles against the political structures around him. In the summer of 1688, 4 of the 5 children of Boston Mason John Goodwin began exhibiting bizarre and distressing symptoms, including sudden fits, contortions, involuntary barking like dogs, because being prickled or bitten by invisible force. A family physician, after ruling out natural medical causes, diagnosed the afflictions originating from hellish witchcraft, prompting the Goodwins to attribute the malady to their Irish Catholic servant, Mary Glover. Poor Mary Glover. Goodness me. Following a dispute in which Glover's daughter was accused of stealing laundry, Glover, a poor immigrant who spoke broken English and maintained Catholic practices, reportedly cursed the children during the altercation, after which their symptoms intensified, with the afflicted children accusing of spectral assaults. Cotton Mather became deeply involved in taking 2 of the most afflicted Goodwin children into his home for observation. We documented their behaviors in trance-like states, superhuman strength, aversion to prayer, and utterances and unknown voices as evidence of demonic possession and witchcraft. Mather conducted examinations, prayers, fasting sessions aimed at exercising the influence, and interviewed Glover, whom he described as illiterate, vengeful, and unable to recite the Lord's Prayer coherently, interpreting responses as confirmatory of guilt under Puritan theological standards, equated such failures with diabolical compact. What, so if you are a witch, you then become illiterate? Okay, he rejected alternative explanations like fraud or hysteria, grounding his assessment in biblical precedents such as the Gadarene swine and contemporary European accounts of possession, while emphasizing empirical observation, children's physical marks and synchronized fits as beyond human feigning. She was arrested, tried before a jury, and executed by hanging. Oh, Martin, that's a good one. PewDiePie. Have I done PewDiePie already? No, I haven't. Not on here, at least. Compact. Okay, hang on. Boston Common, marking the first such execution in the colony since 1684. Following her death, the Goodwin children's symptoms reportedly persisted for months, but eventually subsided after intensified religious interventions, including public fast days and Mather's pastoral care. Mather chronicled the episode pamphlet Memorable Providences relating to rituals and possessions, a 100-page work blending narrative account, theological discourse, and appendices on demonic power, which sold widely in New England, with detailed diagnostic criteria for witchcraft, such as spectral evidence, physical tokens, and resistance to scripture. This text serves as a direct precedent for the 1692 Salem witch trials, where afflicted accusers mimicked Goodwin-like symptoms. Ministers cited it for procedural guidance, and judges drew on its evidentiary framework, amplifying fears of a coordinated satanic assault in Puritan society. Maybe it reflected that the case validated the reality of invisible spectral assaults. We cautioned against over-reliance on such evidence without corroboration, a nuance often overlooked in subsequent applications. So he still hanged what he thought to be the witch, but he was very diligent in how he went about it, essentially. He didn't like the lack of diligence following on from that. Let's see. Mather housed the eldest afflicted daughter Martha for observation, documenting her convulsions, ability to recite spectral dialogue, and aversion to prayer or scripture, which he interpreted as demonic influence, like the Witch of Endor. Through fasting, prayer, vigil, and consultations, Mather elicited Glover's partial confessions of compacting with the devil, leading to examination by magistrates, identification of a witch's mark, and eventual conviction and execution of witchcraft. Implicitly advised on evidentiary practices by endorsing spectral evidence. What is spectral evidence? Visions of the accused tormenting victims. Testimony, especially during witch trials, when an accused asserted affliction by the ghostly apparition or spectral manifestation. I'm going to look into this a bit more. The ghostly apparition or spectral manifestation of the accused, purportedly dispatched by Satan while the witch's body remained elsewhere. Puritan doctrine underpinned its acceptance on that witches in league with the devil could project such spirits to perpetrate harm or other intangible assaults observable only to the victims. This form of evidence dominated in the 1692 Salem proceedings. So accusers asserted affliction by the ghostly apparition or spectral manifestation of the accused. So this is not, there's no evidence presented in court. It is an account that a ghostly apparition attacked them. Interesting. Enabling indictments against people like Rebecca Nurse, Martha Corey, and amid scant physical corroboration as accusers dramatically convulsed during examinations to validate their claims. So it relied on the theological premise that spectral attacks signify diabolical agency. It was deemed probative despite deviations from English common law norms requiring corporeal proof. Exactly. There's no corporeal proof here. Its validity hinged on unverifiable interpretations of dreams and hallucinations, fostering widespread hysteria that ensnared over 200 individuals and prompted 20 executions. And interesting, the increased Mather insisted spectral visions alone insufficient for conviction, since demonic deception could fabricate them and prioritizing innocence. It would better that 10 suspected witches should escape than one innocent person be condemned. That's increased Mather's view in 1692. But what did Cotton Mather say? Memorable providences circling wide among Puritan ministers functions as a de facto manual that shaped protocols for witchcraft investigations. Takes vivid depictions of possession symptoms mirrored those reported in Salem, fostering expectations of similar diabolical pacts and trials. Right. And yet it follows on from his theological commitment to a cosmos where invisible spiritual forces can causally interact with the visible world. Right, by say endorse spectral evidence, which seems to go against what increased Mather was saying. He outlined methods for discernment, including invoking divine intervention to silence afflictions temporarily, as when prayers halted the children's torments, searching for teats or marks on suspects, that's the witch's mark, essentially, and prioritizing cases where the accused displayed supernatural knowledge or malice toward the godly. He has the role of educated clergy in interrogation to prevent fraud. In the Goodwin case, he personally tested spirits against scriptural criteria, such as the hatred of God and inability to endure holy rites. These guys reflect his commitment. Yeah, okay, makes sense. During the trials, he penned a detailed advisory letter to John Richards, one of the judges, in response to a request for guidance on evidentiary standards. Dismissively reaffirmed the reality of witchcraft as a capital crime under biblical and colonial law, urging the court to proceed against evident practitioners while emphasizing procedural rigor avoiding miscarriages of justice. He supported convictions where multiple forms of evidence converged, as physical marks, confessions, or the touch test, where affected persons ceased convulsing upon contact with the accused. interpreting these as reliable indicators of guilt when corroborated. I'm not sure why that would be an indicator of guilt per se. Just because they're in the room, why would you then stop convulsing? Why would that be a sign that you are the cause of it? Maybe explicitly caution against over-reliance on spectral evidence. The visions of accusing spirits reported by victims, arguing that devils could impersonate. Hang on, we're talking about increased Mather or cotton Mather here? I'm confused. I'm going to look at that. What else is there? He produced a vast body of sermons and moral essays, sort of addressed practical ethics and societal reform. His theology frames sin not merely as individual failing, but as a contractual breach with God. As moral essays, Bonifacius, an essay upon the good, that is to be devised and designed by those who desire to answer the great end of life. Stands as a seminal practical guide, structures directives for professions, including ministers, physicians, and magistrates. He argued that intentional, methodical benevolence glorify God and counter societal corruption. Other essays blended sermonic exhortation with ethical counsel. He's quite clear, he's sort of logic oriented. Yeah, you've got scientific treatises as well, beyond the sort of witch stuff. Magnalia Christi Americana. It's 7 books, underscores his focus on divine providence. He labored over manuscript for years, drawing on diaries, letters, and oral traditions, like receipt of printed copies with personal days, solemn thanksgiving, God's watch providence and its completion. 7 books. The work systematically counts the religious foundation of the colonies, being the voyages, the settlements of early Puritans, followed by biographies of governors and magistrates on whole covenantal governance. Subsequent sections detail the lives and ministries of prominent clergy, the establishing struggles of local churches, founding of Harvard College. Right, basically, it's a history. Final books address ecclesiastical controversies, including the antinomian crisis and Harvard Covenant. Okay, narrative was a heroic, epic style, reminiscent of classical histories, recasting empirical events such as the Mayflower voyage into symbols of Christ's triumph over wilderness adversity. So this is a history, but it's not necessarily just documenting what happened. It is a narrative creation exercise, it sounds like. He integrates theological reasoning to assert England's rightful dominance in North America through prior claims of Puritan zeal. So there's extroverted logic, but the introverted logic, I think, is clear here. Though biased towards Puritan exceptions and verbose in its Latin-infused prose, Magnalia enjoys an indispensable repository of 17th century source material, including rare biographies and civil religious records otherwise lost. Cotton Mather produced The Christian Philosopher, a collection of the best discoveries in nature with religious improvements, marking the first comprehensive treatise on science composed and printed in American colonies. The book assembles empirical observations of phenomena such as propagation of light, described as traveling 600,000 times faster than sound, with theological reflections to demonstrate God's rational design and creation. Explicitly framed natural philosophy as subservient to revealed religion. Scientific inquiry, but stripped of atheistic interpretation, serves to exalt divine wisdom rather than supplant it. It reflects a commitment to integrating mechanistic explanations with providential causation, eschewing deism by insisting that natural laws originate from and testify to a personal creator. Section on optics, acoustics, and biology culminate in religious improvements, moral and devotional applications, urging readers to piety amid empirical wonders. Not an original experimentalist, he synthesized contemporary knowledge from Royal Society publications, adapting it to counter materialist skepticism from the Enlightenment thought. So he wasn't a direct scientist. He took knowledge as already available, he synthesized it into a narrative. That's what it seems to be. With numerous scientific treatises in bending observation, correspondence with European savants, and theological exegesis, totaling over 400 publications across his lifetime. These writings, often serialized in almanacs or pamphlets, prioritize verifiable phenomena over speculation. Although his providential overlay drew criticism from skeptics for subordinating mechanism to teleology. Right, so there's introverted intuition there, there's introverted logic there. He didn't do anything speculative, which suggests the extrovert intuition was actually lacking. And focus on what was actually shown to be. Okay. And the vast body of Cern's moral essays, we talked about that already. Tensions with Harvard. Increased maybe resigned as president of Harvard College. Familial ties and prominence as a minister. His candidacy fueled opposition. As a successor, coming in its rejection by the Harvard Corporation. Historians attribute the denial in part to lingering reputational damage from Mather's defense of the Salem witch trials and subsequent criticism by merchant Robert Califf, which alienated segments of Puritan elite. So his reputation suffered from that, it seems. It doesn't mean it sounds to me like the sort of charismatic argument is not one he was able to win. Mather viewed Leverett, a former merchant politician with ties to British government, as insufficiently committed to the college's founding Calvin's principles, could already saw as a broader laxity of faculty independence and doctrinal rigor. This tension reflected Mather's broader frustration with Harvard's evolution amid colonial political. So again, seeing things through, are you sticking to the principles of Puritan thought or not? He actively sought to reform Harvard's educational practices, critiquing the curriculum's heavy emphasis on classical ethics and pagan authors as a vile piece of paganism by diverted time from piety and scriptural study. Yep. As piracy increasingly threatened maritime commerce, he launched a series of religious and moral campaigns to combat it, viewing the practice of profound sin that invited divine judgment on the colonies. The 4 anti-piracy tracts in the vial poured out upon the sea, which counted conferences with condemned pirates to highlight their tragical and untimely end and urge repentance among the living. Which he preached during the hanging of 26 pirates in Boston. Anti-minister captured pirates held in Boston's jail to instruct, study the case and attempt conversions. Yeah, Google AI is not particularly, I wouldn't say Google AI is particularly good typing people. Yeah, I think going through Justin Timberlake as being AI makes a lot more sense. His approach to extroverted ethics is very and palpably different to Amelia Clark's. So I wouldn't put the extroverted ethics in the same function as that of Amelia Clark. They prioritize public exhortation to prevent piracy spread. So it's undermining colonial piety and authority. It's the idea that it's not about character, it's about, what you do and whether you confess and whether you convert to the right religion is really what he's interested in rather than judging character. Throughout his life, he endured profound personal losses with his family. 3 times rather than 15 children was his unions. Only 2 survived him. Goodness, that's terrible. His 3rd marriage was marred by her deteriorating mental health, manifesting as derangement, though she outlived him. I see, Martina. Fair enough. May have himself grappled with physical afflictions, including a childhood stutter, hindered his speech and fueled self-doubt. He overcame it through rigorous practice and prayer. Rigor and discipline is such a thing here, enabling his eventual prominence as a preacher. Like, even he's so prolific, I think it's because literally discipline and making yourself a bit like how the discipline we see with Gladstone as well, that sort of discipline we see. Despite his adversities, he mentioned remarkable endurance, maintaining an output of over 450 published works in theology, science, and history to his death. His diaries have revealed periods of intense remorse, particularly over the Salem witch trials aftermath. He persisted in pastoral duties at Second Church in Boston and civic initiatives such as anti-piracy campaigns and educational philanthropy. Reassessing modern scholarship. Modern scholarship has increasingly portrayed him as a complex figure whose legacy transcends the caricature of a fanatic tied to the Salem witch trials, emphasizing instead his intellectual versatility and forward-thinking contributions amid the religious and scientific transitions of early America. In the late 20th century, historians like Robert Middlekauff, in the Mather's Three Generations of Puritan Intellectuals, initiated a re-evaluation by framing Mather as a defender of Puritan orthodoxy against encroaching secularism, rather than a simplistic zealot. Sure. This shift highlights his authorship of over 400 works. He's clearly a very intelligent person, still an LSI, I think, including efforts to integrate Newtonian mechanics with Christian theology in The Christian Philosopher. And this idea that for him, what leads him to that intellectual side, it's entirely faith-driven. So he'll engage with science to integrate it with theology. And that's, I think, the introverted logic leading thing here. It's not about discovering science for the sake of science. It's to integrate it with his theological views. But he wasn't simplistic, zealot. He was clearly a highly intelligent man from a family of highly intelligent people. He was a bridge between medieval scholasticism and the Enlightenment. Recent compilations, edited, into his role as the foremost scholar and innovative thinker of his generation in New England, crediting his unpublished Biblia Americana manuscript as the pioneering biblical commentary of anticipated modern hermeneutics. Reassessments of his involvement in the Salem witch trials reject the popular narrative of him as the primary instigator, as a peripheral role compared to judicial figures like William Stoughton, his own cautions against over-reliance on spectral evidence. Okay, so he was not over-reliant on it. He defended the trial's legitimacy based on tangible proofs, but later through his father increased Mather's case of conscience, which Cotton endorsed, contributed to their cessation by prioritizing empirical corroboration over visionary testimony. So argue this reflects not fanaticism, but adherence to Puritan evidentiary standards amid communal hysteria. I mean, he was not caught up in the hysteria. With modern analyses attributing the executions to broader social pressures like frontier conflicts and economic strains, he really wanted to get it right and get it true. That was a priority for him, rather than just being a sort of demagogue leading everything in whatever direction it is. Again, it's focused on the logic. He also advocated for smallpox inoculation. She drew from empirical reports from enslaved African, Onesimus, and Turkish practices to promote variolation, despite mob violence against him, saving numerous lives and prefiguring modern vaccinology. So he wasn't anti-scientific, but he was a thinker who synthesized observation with providence. Yeah. So I think the logic is strong there, but the leaning is clearly towards the introverted logic over the extroverted logic, even so. Critiques persist regarding his hierarchical views on authority and race, evident in his slaveholding and sermons, but also his anti-slave trade stance and millennial optimism as progressive for his context. Quintessential transitional Puritan is resilience amid personal societal trials and scores causal factors. Is there anything else we can see on him? Maybe see a bit on YouTube, but I'm worried it's going to get into the Salem TV series, which I highly doubt is accurate. Look at this, maybe.
Okay. Let's talk about Todd Mather, the Puritan minister and historian. Everybody likes to read Mather, and especially this.
Is it Mather or Mather? He's saying Mather.
Wonders of the Invisible World. Mostly because he shares with us his knowledge of the witch trials. Salem, Massachusetts. We've all heard of the witch trials, and the Puritans accused people of witchcraft. We've heard about the 200 people in the small town of Salem accused of being witches, and we've probably heard of the about 20 men and women who were actually hanged in town square in Salem, Massachusetts. And maybe some of us have actually read Arthur Miller's News, which takes as its focus. And people would have known each other and known each other pretty well. So it's strange to think that God-fearing people who had strong faith would turn on each other and end up killing 20 people that they would have been used to seeing regularly. And it's disturbing to think that this kind of thing could happen in the New World, a place where settlers came to begin new lives.
Yeah, but it also was New England was totalitarian.
It's really shocking.
They were all under the eye of God.
Killing one's neighbors should not be so easy.
True.
So here we get a small portion of a longer text that really justifies the Puritan belief in witches and Satan. And it defends the murder of those people as necessary acts that cleansed or attempted to cleanse the colonies of the influence of Satan. So the trial information that comes after the introduction is interesting in that Mather lists such odd details that it seems really ludicrous to us. If somebody has a cow die,
it's another thing. He focuses on very particular details and building like physical details. Like, okay, do they have the teat? Do they have the witch's mark? Can I see this thing? And it's what we find with other sides is they're less interested in actually testing. Does this cause this? They'll come up with the cause themselves based on introverted logic rather than extrovert. They'll sort of skip over. And sort of statistically, does this do this? And you don't see it. But what they will do, even with skipping out the statistical probability of this causing that, which is empirical thinking, they don't do real empirical thinking. But what they do is they attribute a narrative or an ideology or a structure and say this is causing this, and they'll say this is causing this, and they'll typically look for very physical marks or other sorts of things by which they know that this is this. And so you see, therefore, the introverted sensing being quite apparent there. They focus on examining the details to make these outright conclusions. So, yeah, very little sort of probabilistic predictions based on data crunching, but very much about grounding a sense of what is absolutely true or not true in quite particular and sort of oddly particular details. Something we see with LSIs quite a lot.
Or suffers an ailment or a boil. We don't generally perceive those events as amounting to evidence against someone who might be a witch. And likewise, the claims that served as evidence seem laughable to us now. The people in the courtroom said with a straight face that the shape of Martha Carrier.
So keep in mind, he never did a study of witches to see if they all had these marks. That would have been an empirical thing. Instead, he read something in the book, and from that he think, right, this is this, and this is that, and he connected together. So therefore, if I see this teat, I know that person is a witch. So it's not really empirical. It's the grounding of introverted logic in the very, very physical, which is the sensation, the extroverted sensation, with predilection for the introverted sensation in terms of is discipline and focus on detail. It's very LSI way of thinking. But it's to someone doesn't really look at, probably looks like it's empirical scientific.
You could wander around the countryside and sit on people and hit them in the back of their heads and do all kinds of things. They actually said that in court, and the people hearing the evidence in the court believed it. It made sense to them. And then there's miserable, sad, old Phoebe Chandler who testifies that she heard voices, and she assumed that it was Martha Carrier and that she had severe headaches that must have been brought on by Martha Carrier.
Mm.
And people said, so we can speculate about this woman, Martha Carrier, thanks to Cotton Mather, because it seems, from what he says, that everybody must have hated her guts. Why? Was she really obnoxious to people? Was she of a lower class, perhaps? Was she on the outside of society? Did she rub people the wrong way? What was it that determined that she could and should be killed by her neighbors?
Mm.
Mather tells us that the remarks by the witnesses came about without coercion,
Mhm.
that the other accused witches all gave their confessions freely and happily. I have to wonder what led to the confessions of those witches.
Which is also strange.
They wrote on a poem with Martha Carrier and Satan to a witch meeting. How do you confess to that? Maybe it really happened, but I'm a bit doubtful that actually happened. So where does confession come from? Wait, Mather tells us that the Puritans also made Mather's own children confess to being witches, and they made the kids testify against their mother. That's unnecessary. It suggests something rotten in the heart of Puritan culture. But the whole episode is suspect because, as Mather tells us himself, he wasn't even there. He is reporting at second hand about the proceedings of the trial, but he takes the evidence as gospel that this is what actually happened and it must be true. He doesn't question anything, but takes as authoritative evidence that Satan is doing his best to create a whole flock of witches, ruin the Puritan establishment of law and order in Massachusetts. Takes that to be true, and it's a premise that is just a priori knowledge. The Puritans said, "Well,
a priori, it is a priori. This is the point. It is a priori."
Mather's whole introduction lays out his claim for why he knows that Satan is working hard to destroy the colonies. He has no facts, but he creates a narrative that seems to be based on fact. And so the Puritans who read this account would have believed it and seen in it everything that he says as fact already. Now, in our own time, we tend not to believe in witches so much. And in our own time, we tend to accept that there's not a person named Satan who walks around us regularly and causes us to become wicked. You may or may not believe in Satan, but probably doesn't figure into your life. We generally accept, I think, that people are a mixture of good and bad, and sometimes our bad impulses win out, and we do things that can be hurtful or harmful.
Right. Yeah. So I think what you say is also very consistent with LSI. So I think LSI for LSI for Cotton Mather. Thank you, Isaac. Let's move on now to Gary Lineker. All right, Gary Lineker. Perfect. Let's see. Let's go to Wikipedia first. Oh, Gary Lineker. Ex-footballer turned football commentary person. English former professional footballer and television presenter. Plays a striker for clubs including Leicester City, and others, as well as the England's national team in 80 appearances, in which he scored 48 goals, the third highest tally in the team's history. He promised for his clinical finishing, exemplified by winning the Golden Boot, with 6 goals for England and maintaining an impeccable disciplinary record, never receiving a yellow or red card across more than 500 professional matches. Wow. Following his retirement for playing in 1994, he transitioned to broadcasting, serving as the lead presenter on the BBC's flagship football programme Match of the Day, which was in for 26 years, or punctured by public disputes over social media posts, expressing strong views on immigration policy and other political matters, which prompted temporary suspensions for violating broadcasters' impartiality standards. So such a good footballer, but such a naughty broadcaster. Came from working class origins. Really helped his father at the market stall as a child. Environment fostered strong local ties in Leicester, emphasized hard work, self-reliance. He attended Caldercote Road School's primary education. Is noted for his emphasis on academics and sports. From football, demonstrated aptitude in cricket, excelling in the sport during the school years. His primary focus on soccer. His interest in multiple athletic disciplines contributes to the development of physical discipline and competitive mindset. Completing his O levels, after formal education to pursue football professionally. Before going further academic advancement, such as A levels at university, amid Britain's economic stagnation in the late 70s, which favoured vocational entry over prolonged studies. Decision line with pragmatic assessment of opportunities in professional sport, whereas talents offered a direct path to self-sufficiency despite skepticism from educators about sustaining a career in athletics. Turned professional in Leicester City. Development accelerated amid rigorous training regimens, including sand dune less sessions that built his physical resilience. And in this season, he yielded 29 league goals, drawing interest from top flight clubs amid Leicester's financial difficulties. He started for Everton in a very expensive transfer, £800,000, club record fee at the time, ending his formative years at Filbert Street and providing vital funds to stave off deeper fiscal woes. He returned briefly for a testimonial appearance in the 2000 season, underscoring his enduring local legacy. Okay. Not really telling his personality, it tells that he's a disciplined and very capable footballer. Right. International career, England national team appearances and goals. Major tournaments. Media transition. He announced retirement from professional football in 1994. Moved from retirement, he entered the media field by joining BBC Radio 5 Live as a football pundit, capitalizing his established public profile for international play and endorsements. Yeah, like Walker's Crisps advertisements. His transition was facilitated by prior guest appearances in radio and television during his playing career. His articulate, controversy-free demeanor, contrasting with peers like Diego Maradona or even some English counterparts prone to on-pitch indiscipline, aligned well with broadcasters seeking reliable voices. By the mid-90s, he had begun appearing as a studio pundit, marking a shift from pitch to panel, while based in the UK after his Japanese interlude. Some Japanese interlude. Not sure. They went full-time on the Match of the Day. Throughout his tenure, he emphasized clear, insightful analysis drawn from his professional playing experience, in an approachable manner that maintained broad audience appeal and consistent ratings. Lots of advertisements. He then co-founded Goal Hanger Podcasts, dedicated to audio content across sports, history, politics, and entertainment. The business model relies on sponsorship deals, advertising revenue platform partnerships, with video integration on Spotify. Company accounts for the year ending 2023 showed a retaining earnings, reflecting strong commercial performance from multiple shows under the Rest Is banner. Following his departure, he intensified its podcast output, capitalizing on the host's availability amid reported declines in BBC football highlights and viewership. Underscores his entrepreneurial transition from broadcast service to independent media production, with company's emphasis on high-profile collaborations yielding sustained profitability. He's a capable presenter and good at knowing what actually appeals to people. So where did he depart? Largely his besides mutual, the exit followed strained relations. He said that the BBC had indicated a lack of strong desire to renew his contract amid ongoing debates of his public conduct. Finally, the Match of the Day episode aired 2025, featuring emotional tribute montage and mentioning pundits, managers, and players. As after this, Match of the Day experienced a decline in viewership. Then they could transition to freelance work, his first major post-BBC presenting role. There was a criticism of UK domestic policies, his political views. So strongly opposed to the Conservative Party's austerity measures. He's a typical sort of Labour sort of figure. Critics have accused him of selective emphasis on negative outcomes over causal factors like the financial crisis, inheritance, by Brexit, domestic economic fallout, labeled as a factor in breaking Britain. Critics drew mixed reactions. His allies viewed him as a courageous challenges to policies failing first principles tests of causal efficacy, reducing poverty. What approach was affecting an elite disconnect from 2016-2019 mandates for fiscal conservatism. His series of tweets targeting Tory domestic handling prompted internal BBC pushback for overt partisanship. That's giving, if you were in the BBC, you've got to be non-partisan, essentially, and that's really the issue here, which to me also suggests a certain stubbornness in his ethics. I think he's most likely a contrarian type. He's consistently framed UK asylum policies as disproportionately severe, claiming there's no huge influx of refugees. The UK accepts far fewer than other major European nations, with more compassionate approaches. Critics argue his rhetoric exaggerates policy cruelty while minimizing integration challenges. Okay. Point is, he's not impartial. He's partial. He has his views. Understandably, people have their views. Yeah. Predictable left-wing views. Got into more controversy over over the Israel stuff, right? Apparently, reposted something with a rat in it. Yeah. So, highly talented footballer becomes a broadcaster and is seemingly quite uncompromising in how he wishes to express himself. Let's see if we can see something of him on YouTube. Hmm. It's a young interview of him. But he was actually a footballer. Oh wow, here we go. Let's see this.
Gary Lineker is joining us now from Sardinia live. Good to see you, Gary, and congratulations on the goal. Nice one. Delightful moment for you. But after that, it didn't get nice to score. After that, it didn't go so well. And now you came off towards the end. What was the problem?
I had a bit of problem with my stomach tonight. I've not been too well in that area for the last few days, and I was getting quite a few bad stomach pains, so they thought it best that I'd probably change me, but there's only a few minutes left anyway.
It never helps, but hopefully you'll be fit for the next one. What was the overall mood? What was the overall mood after?
Well, naturally, we're a bit disappointed. It's not the worst result in the world, of course, but having been in front for most of the game, it's always disappointing to lose out at the end, although we must admit that Ireland did put us under an enormous amount of pressure, particularly in the first half. It's an incredibly difficult system to play against, the way they play. They didn't allow us
Quite blank affect here. Not much expression.
any time. And the pitch is
If that
very
changed,
small,
look at something older.
them. They were launching the ball into our box from practically everywhere, and we couldn't really get out with the wind that was against us. And in the second half, when we thought we'd probably just about got the game under control, one little mistake, and unfortunately for us, Kevin Sheedy's got a great left foot, stuck it away.
Perhaps you rather look more forward to playing against Holland than the Irish.
Certainly, I would think. I'm not. They are a great side, the Dutch. That's without question. But it will be more comfortable. We can play a proper game because we're not. Although we do come across that in England, I don't think this particular side is really made for playing against that style of football. We're not a big side. Physically, we're not as strong as the Irish, and that was the problem we had. We just couldn't match them.
Happy to talk.
Well, we need
Lots
to
of
be
talking.
despondent. Nobody need to be despondent. Qualification's what it's all about at this stage.
To debate.
That's right. All you need is 3 points. You haven't got to go mad and get them all at once. It would be nice, of course, if we got 2 points now, and we were close to doing so. But we've got time on our side. We've got a game against Holland, and if we can get something out of that.
Let's contrast with how you now.
The Harlem
For goodness sake. Come on.
where he earned red cards on his daily
So any more of these advertisements.
on airline miles and
Annoying.
hotel stays.
Oh, there's 2 of these as well, for goodness sake. Oh, YouTube's gotten more annoying for this.
Thank you very much for joining us on ITV.
A bit more expressive now.
Another game, another channel.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Gary, that's my job.
Oh, sorry. Old habits, Laura, old habits.
Thanks for joining us. As you'll have noticed, Gary Lineker is our very special guest, England's joint top scorer in World Cups now with Harry Kane and alongside Ian Wright, Gary Neville.
Sort of jumping in and out. Did that as it actually happened, or was that sort of staged? Probably staged. I don't think that's actually what happened.
How's it all going? What have you been up to?
I've been doing a show daily for Netflix. We're Times Square, but I did desperately want to come and see your set because I think it's absolutely amazing, and I can confirm that it's real. So it's what a backdrop, and obviously I wanted to see Wrighty because I haven't seen him for a little. There's obviously a few issues, but by and large, the football side of things.
Yeah. I think that's what we've been enjoying as well because the stars.
Okay, I'm not going to get much out of this. I'm going to try and find something else with him. Okay, it's a proper interview. Let's try this.
I'm trying to resolve something to get you down. You know, I feel a bit sorry for him really because the press are putting so much emphasis on him that they seem to be building up ready to chop him down, which is the same thing that happens many times in England. But there's a lot of pressure on him to do well now. But he's handling himself well, trying to concentrate on just playing football, which he does best. So much will be expected from him. It'll be okay if things are going well. It's when they're going badly in spells that happen in everybody's season and just a slight loss of form. That's when they'll start getting a step, and that's when
Right.
how he handles himself. I'm sure he will. We can all help at times. There's a few experienced heads around who've been through it before.
Well, I dare say the players are getting a bit of sick at the moment as well with all the protection.
Well, that's right. I mean, if he comes into training, we'll start training. I think
we had a good finish. We're looking to carry on from where we left off.
Mm.
We have a
Interesting there, just giving his view on how sort of social dynamics change when teams aren't doing very well.
young side, still a young side, but they've gained back the experience last year. And I think we have a lot of talent. I think we'll score goals. Stay pretty solid at the back, not give too much away.
What does that
We'll be there
mean?
and thereabouts.
He's talking, but I don't really understand. It's very summative. It's not very detailed.
Meanwhile, have spent 3 million. Dennis Wise and Andy Lilligan are Bobby Campbell's new recruits, and along with the Gunners, they're widely expected to do well.
Both teams finished, I think, in the top 6 last season. Arsenal, of course, will be looking to regain the championship they lost. As is everybody at the start of the season, that's what we're all aiming for. But they have spent some money, and we're looking to gain from it. David Seaman, he's a top quality goalkeeper. He'll have a difficult act to follow because that's what John Linkage was as well.
There isn't really
difficult for him, but testing his game.
He's saying this, saying that. I don't really. There isn't much of an analysis there. Oh, let's try this. Why not?
Hiya compares flight prices from hundreds of sites. All you need to do is decide where you want to go.
Come
So
on.
there, scuba and boom.
Gary Lineker, best goal of your career.
First goal against Poland in the World Cup in Mexico. It changed my life.
Best player that you played alongside.
I'll go Peter Beardsley.
Best captain that you played for.
Brian Robson.
You're not going to hear why, so I don't like that either. What? He pooed himself. That's funny. Okay, what else is there? I'm gonna cut out the young. Oh, it's him on Louis Theroux. Okay, you can see that.
We should reflect on the fact that your parting from the BBC was much written about.
Yes, wasn't it?
I remember the best thing to say about this, just as an overall observation, is that to take it to Twitter with some alacrity, as it was then, X as it is now, and weren't shy about airing opinions which you viewed as humanitarian opinions. The BBC and some newspapers and presumably others
I like that.
viewed it as spicy political commentary. The two standout moments. One was a comment that compared.
And yeah, that's the thing. I think he most likely is a contrarian type, and this is something which is not even necessarily. I don't know if whether he's an EII or an EIE, for instance, or even an ESC or an ESI or something else, even a logical type. But you can see. Take, say, J.K. Rowling, I think, is an EII. She's clearly a contrarian type. She gives her views on Twitter very clearly. So, yeah.
Government policy on migrants to Germany in the 30s.
There was language not dissimilar to that used in Germany in the 30s, which I think, an accurate state.
That got people riled up.
Yes, it did a little.
And it was, in a sense, the footballing metaphor would be, I guess the BBC gave you a yellow card on that one.
And keep in mind, Louis Theroux, in contrast, he is not a contrarian type. That's very, very clear. He's very socially adaptive to different contexts.
I was due one.
Was that the moment when they suspended you from?
That was when they took me off the show. Yeah, it was. I think it was an overreaction on their part, and their subsequent apology at the end of it suggested that was the case.
Was that 2023? I don't know. Was it? I remember seeing you shortly afterwards.
A couple of years ago, wasn't it?
At Wimbledon.
Yeah,
and it was.
That's right.
It was like the next day or 2
it
days
was.
later.
Yeah.
And then I was surprised to see how relaxed you appeared to be. Presumably, tabloids were they were outside the house
on that particular occasion.
Okay, this is interesting. I want to see how he processes this.
I was totally at ease with what I'd done. I thought it was humanitarian. Someone was having a real dig at me in a not very nice manner. I responded.
Now, if an LIE would not be calm about this and probably would not have done this in the first place. I'm pretty sure he's not extra methodologic leading. I think it's pretty clear.
And I thought I was factually correct. Some people took umbrage with it, and no one spotted it for a while. But because it was only a little reply, it wasn't a main tweet.
Yeah,
and
that's where
I
they
was
get you.
comfortable because I didn't think I'd done anything wrong. I don't think it was a particularly scandalous thing to say, and also I think it's important perhaps to put into some kind of perspective of how it works in terms of the balance that you have to have on BBC. So when I started at the BBC, there was no social media, and I started social media, but there were no restraints on people that work for the BBC other than those in news and current affairs. And then that shifted in around.
That's a very interesting point, actually.
2019, they completely moved the goalposts and decided that if you're at the BBC, you can't have any kind of view on anything political, which I'd never really done on the political side of things. Nobody knows.
I mean, I think it's not very realistic because everyone does have a political view. It is, I guess, the BBC struggles about its reputation depends on this perceived impartiality. But the problem is, so many of them are more on the left-wing side of things that it's hard to really keep that unless you enforce this impartiality, which is all just a pretense. It doesn't work.
Who I vote for.
It doesn't work.
I've never said who I vote for. I've never told anyone to. And I said to them when they changed these rules, I said, I will continue to post things that I feel are important about humanitarian issues. And they were going, really, you'll be careful. So I was relaxed at that because I didn't think I'd done anything wrong. And then obviously I got an amazing show of support from.
So I will continue to express myself, essentially.
People that I work with, with Ian Wright, Alan Shearer.
Ian Wright and Alan Shearer said, well, if Gary's suspended from Match of the Day, we're not going to do the show.
Yeah, Wrighty was first and he did it. And I was in a restaurant in London having lunch and got the news that they'd taken me off the show, which I saw on social media. They didn't tell me personally first, which I thought was a bit strange. And the day before, I was having a chat with a little group chat, WhatsApp group chat with Alan and Wrighty. And I said, I've got a feeling they might take me off the show. And Wrighty immediately went, if they do that, I'm not doing it. In solidarity, I'm not doing it. I said that, and I was like, wow. It was like a real wow moment. Because I would never ask them to do that. I didn't expect them to do that. But, it was just an amazing that Alan followed. And
She's just saying what happened, basically. As much of an analysis, I guess.
It was Mike and Jermaine.
You need analysis?
I just thought, this is just so mad for just one little reply to someone, everything that's happened. And then with, I had a conversation before that lunch with the BBC saying, you've got to apologise. I said, I don't think I've got anything to apologise. I'm not going to do it.
Who do you talk?
It's not going into why it's not wrong. Instead, we did there is talk about how people reacted to that, what his friends thought when they found out that he wasn't going to be on the show anymore, and how he felt about that. That seems to be where it's going in terms of his answer, rather than is it correct or is it not correct to say that? He just said, I don't feel like it's wrong to say.
Two in that moment.
It was Tim and Charlotte Moore. They were the two that were involved in it. And I get on well with both of them. I like both of them. I understand the pressures that come in.
So they said, we want you to apologise.
Yeah, I think the BBC's problem in this, and I understand why it happens, I think they're so obsessed with trying to placate, appease, or keep happy the Daily Mail type newspapers. And they're doing that to people that would get rid of the licence fee in a heartbeat. They just don't want the BBC to, because they're competitors to the BBC. And then, from them asking for me to apologise, they end up apologising. So
fast forward, a year or a year and a half or so, and you posted an Instagram story or shared an Instagram story.
That was totally different. That I felt bad about.
From a group called Palestine Lobby, which said,
okay, that's interesting. Oh, there's a one with a rat. That's why.
Zionism explained in 2 minutes and featured an emoji, seemed to be an illustration of rat or a mouse.
Yeah, which I didn't see, obviously. I mean, I don't think anyone actually believes I would have posted that if I.
Which was pointed out to you is an anti-Semitic insult referring to language used by Nazi Germany to characterize Jews.
Yes, which, obviously I learned about that pretty quickly after that. But that one I felt bad about because that was my mistake.
Right. So that one's done accidentally. It's not that he decided to express this knowing what it was. So, yeah, he's happy to apologize for that one because he didn't intend to express that. Something was basically expressed from his account due to his actions, which he didn't mean to express, a meaning that we didn't mean to have. So that's why he's happy to apologize on that one, because it wasn't meant. It wasn't what he intended to do.
That was my mistake because it was not with intent.
That's what you expect of somebody the contrarian type.
Some people would be upset by that. So I felt bad about and was happy to apologise, which I did. But I think by that stage, I think we're like a marriage with the BBC. We've been together for a long time, and it was starting to run out of love for each other. So, but I'll always love the BBC. It's an amazing corporation.
So that's better.
Funny to sort of characterize marriage as something where you run out of love eventually. Quite a negative view of marriage. No.
Seemed to be the sensible.
I remember reading a column in the Times where they said BBC must stand up to brazen Gary Lineker. Did you read that? Because the Daily Mail obviously has a beef, and the Telegraph as well. Yeah. And the centrist papers like the Times, sort of right-leaning or centrist, when they've got the knives out, it's different. And I want to share this with you because it gave me pause. It came from someone who sometimes works for the BBC, professes to love the BBC. And he wrote, to get the job, he, meaning you, gave assurances about his commitment to the impartiality of the BBC.
That's not true, though.
And he said, it's an interesting, he said, he signed up to impartiality as stated and gave repeated undertakings he would honour it. He then serially and brazenly betrayed his word.
Who said that?
Matthew Side.
Well, Matthew Side is clickbait, isn't he? So I understand why he said that, but he's wrong. Because obviously, as I explained.
Okay, how does he understand that he said it, but he's wrong? That's interesting.
Before, when you joined, there was no such thing as social media actually when I started. So that's obviously nonsense. Impartiality only applied to those in news and current affairs. And then as social media started to change, the BBC changed their guidelines, and their guidelines it's not in your contract. There's nothing in my contract. So he's wrong. He's fundamentally wrong, Matthew. I'm sure he'll apologise when I see him next.
Do you know him?
I know him vaguely, yeah. And I'm sure he'll apologise, but he probably didn't know that. And I think I always tried to be sensible. Obviously, some people would disagree with that, that's fine. But I never ever said what Matthew Said said. I'd never heard that actually before. I genuinely never, because I don't really read them. And social media was interesting because it came along and people said, well, when did you start having these views? And I went, well probably always, but suddenly you've got a platform to share them. In hindsight, would I do it differently? Don't know. Probably not. Probably not.
Well, you wouldn't share that.
I would have.
I also don't think he's a Delta. There isn't a sense from him of, maybe I could have done something better. Maybe I could. There isn't that narrative of self-improvement and that sort of thing. It's more, this is who I am.
No, that was a mistake. That was obviously, I didn't see that. Otherwise, I would not have shared it. And I've made that very clear. And I don't think anyone, seriously, haters, think that I did that on purpose. I am stupid, but I'm not that stupid.
Right. What else is there? This is final sign off. Let's see how he handles that.
Alan, Micah, thank you. I suspect our paths will cross again very shortly. Let me take this opportunity to thank all of the other pundits that I've had the pleasure of working with over the last 25 years. You've made my job so much easier. Also, a huge thank you to those you don't see at home, the work that goes into making this iconic show is a huge team effort, from the editors to the analysis team, from the commentators to the floor managers, from the producers to the camera operators.
So lots of showing his thanks to everyone as well. Showing he's not, you know, self-centered and narcissistic.
The PAs to the subs. Thank you all. You're the very best. Rather like my football career, everyone else did all the hard work and I got the plaudits. It's been an absolute privilege to have hosted
Self-deprecation there.
Match of the Day for a quarter of a century. It's been utterly joyous. I'd like to wish Gabby, Mark and Kelly all the very best when they sit in this chair. The programme is in the best of hands. And my final thank you goes to all of you. Thank you for watching.
And I don't think that was necessarily sincere. I think he kind of knew that he had the following, that once he'd leave, Match of the Day would not do as well as it had been.
Thank you for all your love and support over the years. It's been so special, and I'm sorry that your team was always on last. Time to say goodbye. Goodbye.
Oh, okay. What else? Is anything a bit deeper than that? Oh, see some of that maybe. Let's see.
Well, Gary, thank you so much for coming and chatting with us today. Pleasure. Let's start then, as we always do. What is, in your opinion, high performance?
That's interesting.
Achieving, I suppose. And I think high performance.
High performance is achieving. I mean, you could achieve without actually performing very highly if the bar's quite low. I don't know.
Personally, is if you can perhaps overachieve and do better than perhaps people expect, although I always think your own expectations are far more important than other people's expectations of you. So yeah, being successful and ultimately being happy with your levels of success. And obviously, you know, I think we've all...
Being successful and being happy with your levels of success. That's high performance. So I mean, you know, okay, he's not the most, he's not the most intelligent person. I don't think he's gone very deep into this, but there's a certain superficiality to some of his answers. But okay, so what he basically said, okay, high performance is being successful and being happy with your success, which implies that it's not really about looking at it, looking at how it works, looking at how it can be improved, looking at how it compares to some sort of standard, some sort of benchmark, looking at how high performance is something which there's very little extroverted logic going into that argument. It's more, okay, being successful, I've reached this level and I'm happy with it. I'm satisfied with it.
We all get ambitious at times and try and push ourselves, and not everything is achievable. But I think a sustained high performance is also consistency related. Yeah. So I think that's important to do it over a long period of time. Of all of those things, are you most proud of the fact that you have had consistency, whether it was in your football career?
Do it well, keep doing it.
Career?
Yes, possibly. I think that's probably fair. I've managed to. I think what happens is you learn. Well, I mean, I've been fortunate enough to do pretty well in two different spheres. Although they're both obviously related, because they're both, you know, the one consistent in my entire lifetime is football. So they're both related around football. But I think, you know, people often say, what were you better at and stuff like that. But I think I always say I was born to be in the box, and I kind of learned how to be on the box. I'll end up at...
Was born to be in the box. I'm going to say it again.
What were you better at and stuff like that. But I think I always say I was born to be in the box, and I kind of learned how to be on the box. I'll end up in a box, not long. I've been around that long. But
But
Right.
I think, yeah, I'm kind of proud of the longevity I've had in football, and proud that I made something happen in terms of television that I probably wasn't a natural at it, certainly not at the start. So I had to,
And yeah, he's not like the most engaging figure. You saw those earlier videos, like, okay, wasn't much there.
Football kind of came easy. I knew what I was doing. It was just,
Football came
obviously you
easy.
have to work hard and give it everything, but it had some kind of gift. Whereas TV wise, I understand the sport and I understand football, but I didn't understand television. So I think that the longevity I've had in TV makes me perhaps prouder in a way, because it was harder. So
Yeah, that's a good point, because he was in TV longer than in football. But in football, he was supremely talented. But yeah, when it comes to television, like, it wasn't a natural thing for him.
It was about you really liked, think I, growing up in Leicester. We just spoke off camera about it. We spoke there about your dad being a market trader, and that's not an easy job. It's long hours, early starts, etc. And you've just referenced the importance of hard work.
Like market trader, emphasis on the trading in an actual market with a stall, rather than going on Investopedia or something like that. Because it means two different things now, very different things now.
The lessons were you picking up at that young age that have still continued to serve you well?
It's difficult to remember, that much of my childhood. Most of it was playing football. But I think in terms of work ethic, that came from my dad. I mean, he lived life as well. And he would, he'd get up at 3, 4 in the morning. He'd go to the wholesale market in Leicester to buy all his produce. He'd then go to the market stall. I mean, Leicester's a famous outdoor market. I think at one time it may still be the biggest outdoor market in Europe. And he used to, then he'd go to the store, he'd set all his stuff up, put all the oranges, the apples, the strawberries, the bananas, whatever it is, and then he'd be serving customers all day. He'd get home, I don't know, 6:30 in the evening. He'd do his paperwork before, and he'd have some dinner, and then he'd fall asleep on the couch. He'd have a day off a week. He'd play cards for 24 hours solid, drinking whiskey and stuff. But he worked all hours, and I mean, it was hard. I mean, especially winter when it's freezing cold, it's outside. And I think what it did do for me though was make me more determined to be good at football, because I didn't really want to follow his footsteps to escape it, and subconsciously, I think. But yeah,
he really did not want to work in that job his father was in. He wanted to go after football. Why?
I learned a lot of lessons from my father. My mother was she was very calm. That's where I get my personality from. The fact that I'm very kind of stable. I don't get too carried away, neither up nor down. Very easygoing. I don't have a temper. I never saw my mum lose her temper either. Right. Whereas my brother's more like my dad.
TUI gives you more. More outfit choices with 20 kilogram.
So you said you learned a lot from your dad. What would you describe as the key things you learned from him?
Well, people often talk about my kind of the fact that I never got booked. I never got a yellow card or a red card in my whole career.
This is interesting. Sort of a calm person, not much of a temper, not being bothered by much, it seems.
I go back to, I remember one incident that I remember really well, is that I was playing a game. I must have been about 14 at the time, and I was scoring a lot of goals by that stage. And I think the referee gave 2 or 3 decisions that I didn't agree with, and I swore at the ref. And and my dad walked onto the pitch.
So he did lose his temper.
Grabbed me by the scruff of the neck and said, "Right, you ever do that again, you will not play football." And he took me off the pitch in front of all your mates. In front of all my mates. It was like, whoa. And I think that was just no. He was just a parent. He said, you don't talk to referees. You don't talk to anybody like that. And just scruff of the neck, boom, in the van, home. And he used to, and he wasn't a coach, but he used to take the team around, and we always sit in the back of the van, all wobbling all over the place after too.
Now, how would you describe your relationship with him? I was quite moved when I heard you say on another podcast that the only time he said "I love you" was as he was dying.
Yeah, just before. Yeah, it was. I mean, we're always very close. I mean, he was. I mean, he would say that he was proud, occasionally, and I know that he got a lot of pleasure out of watching me play in particular, which was important. And it's true. I mean, when he ended up getting lung cancer, which wasn't overly surprising that he get that, because he used to smoke about 60 to 80 a day of those things without any tips on. I can't remember what they call it. It was, it wasn't that surprising, and he was kind of phlegmatic about it. But I used to go up to Leicester and particularly towards the latter stages, I was up there every other day. I get a call and we're not sure he's going to, so up I'd go and then back down so I was up and down. And we had, and in that time we had to have more kind of meaningful conversations than we probably ever had in our life, because everything before was just fun and like banter or whatever you want to call it. And then we had these, conversations. And I mean, one of them was, when my parents were, when I was at school, when I was obviously 10 years old, because I passed the 11 plus, but we just moved to a house in a place called Kirby Muxloe, which was outside the centre, so it was in the county. So when I passed the 11 plus, there was only one school that you could choose from. There's only one grammar school in that particular area, but they didn't play football there. So my dad's.
So not a difficult relationship with his father, but one which didn't have so much emotional depth, at least until later.
I said, well, we can't have that. He said, that happened to me when I was young, so I'm not going to allow that to happen to you. So he said, we'll move. So oh, right, fine. And I went to live with my grandparents for 6 months to enable me to go to what was then City of Leicester Boys Grammar School. It's grammar schools around now. Got to be a certain age to remember the 11 plus. So I lived with my grandparents for 6 months, and I remember having a conversation with them. I said, Dad, I said that was a hell of a thing to do. I was like 10 years old. What, you must have. And I remember him saying, he said, yeah. He said, no, I couldn't let that happen to you. And he said, I could see your talent. I said, did you know that I was going to be, because I never did. Even when I was 22, 23, 24, I was blagging it. And my dad said, I always knew. And I said, well, you could have told me.
It's interesting. He didn't see his own destiny. That's interesting. So I think he's probably a sensory type. Sensory, but also contrarian. And I don't think Delta. So we'll see what else we can find.
And it was, and then this time with one of the many chats that we had just before he passed away, probably the last coherent conversation I had with him. I was about to have said, Dad, I better go now. It's getting late. He said, no, man, right, sonny. And as I went, he went, I love you. And he was like, whoa. Yeah. And I went, love you too, Dad. And I got out and I got in the lift and I was gone. I was crying. And suddenly, about 8 nurses and people came in the lift. And it's like, oh, no. Are you all right? Yeah, I'm all right. I'm sure that you've seen people crying in hospitals, but it was moving. It meant a lot because, that generation, they didn't share their feelings very much. I think it's changed now. I'm totally different from my kids than that, but it's just how it was.
And how much of that young life that was about trying to impress your dad or trying to get that nod of approval from him?
Probably a lot of it, really. I think most of us, we look up to our parents, and then when we get adults, we work out that they've got weaknesses and foibles as well. But yeah, absolutely. I'd always want to impress, my dad. My mum used to come and watch my granddad as well. My granddad played for the army for the British Army. It's just before the war or even during it, I think. So he was a really good footballer. So that's probably where I get some certainly the speed from, because he was rapid. So yeah, I think you'll want to please you parents. And I was always the same, even when I was a professional.
See, one of the things that stood out when I was reading about your young life as well, Gary, was just the variety of sports that you did as well. So you were a good level cricketer, you were a really good snooker player as well. How important?
So he's more free of his emotions as father was, because he's not emotionally stunted himself. But he's quite a sort of calm person, doesn't need to let much bother him.
Do you think that variety of doing different sports rather than just focusing solely on football was for your eventual career?
And yeah, I think that him being sensory makes sense. I think that there isn't that much depth in what he talks about. It's notable that he didn't really know what his own sort of direction was. He was playing football before, he was sort of blagging it. But at the same time, to be a good footballer, you need incredible technical skill with a ball, incredible coordination. And yeah, just also a great deal of determination to actually keep practicing, get very good at it.
That's how I did it. So I've got nothing to compare it with. But I felt it's important. But I don't think it's that uncommon for someone who's reaches the high level of sporting excellence to be good at other sports, because obviously there's a certain hand-eye coordination, all those kind of things, or certainly spatial awareness, that sort of stuff. So it's not, I don't think, overly surprising that you can be good at other sports. I mean, I always thought I'd make it cricket, not football. When I was a kid, I mean, I was very small. I didn't reach puberty until I was 17, which was embarrassing at times in the shower when I joined Leicester. But I used to hide, sneak in the little shower at the end. So I didn't really grow until I was, which is I think why I was slow to reach the top in football. So I wasn't like Michael Owen or Wayne Rooney or many of the young players we see today that emerged in their teens. I was 20, 21 before I started to become a regular at Leicester. So I think that's you take all those things into consideration. But I was always kind of everything I did surprised me. But in cricket, I honestly believe I'll make it cricket. I captained Leicestershire schools right through. I played in the English Schools Festival. I didn't get out very often. I was a bit boycott-esque, but I loved.
That's interesting. He even thought that cricket was really the sport where he would truly succeed, not football. So he didn't have any sense of what the direction was.
Each moment where you had to make that decision then? I suppose so, but not really, because football's opportunity just came along.
Opportunity just came along.
Joined them I think I was about 12 years old when I got spotted. And I used to go Tuesdays and Thursdays after school, and then Saturday mornings if we didn't have a school match, to training at Leicester, at what would be called an academy nowadays. And then I had trials when I was 16, and they said we're going to take you on as an apprentice. And then cricket took a back seat. Really, that was it. So it's just the opportunity that came along first was the one. I've got no regrets about it.
We have lots of teachers and lots of parents that listen to this podcast. What advice would you give to parents of talented youngsters or teachers who are looking to get the best out of their young people to really empower them but not overrule them?
Just encourage them, really. I think that's what I get. I mean, one of my pet hates in life was watching not because I was watching my boys play football or cricket or rugby, whatever it was they were playing, with the parents on the touchline or even the coaches at times, because everything's so negative. Everything, it's like.
So that's it. So this is where we start to see the values here. What matters to him is not, okay, what are you doing to improve how you're doing? What he does care about is, are you showing positivity in your emotionality? That's important to him.
Don't mess about with it there, boutique, go over there. And you're just like, no. And these kids just want to have fun. It's, you get that kind of nonsense on touchline. Everything's like negative. So the advice
we can see from this, I think valuing extroverted ethics is apparent here. He values extroverted ethics. He's a contrarian type. So really it has to be either an ILE or an SLE or an ESE, or an EIE. Of these, I think, well, I don't think he has any introverted. I don't think he has much introverted intuition, so I don't think he's EIE. Yeah, well, I think it's, well, we'll see. But I imagine it's sort of a relatability, maybe, because he is likable, but he wasn't a natural at television. He seemed to have been natural more in terms of sports, in terms of physicality. So, is he an ESE? Maybe, maybe he's ESE.
Always gives them is just to be positive. I just sat on or stood usually on the side of the touchlines watching them for years and years and years. Never said a word. I'd clap if they did well when they think, and then when after the game I'd say, "Oh, you did really well." Just encouragement, building their confidence and building their, and then obviously you if they get to a certain level, you start seeing something better. Then
Wake Up Impressions with Marriott Bonvoy. Discover thousands of experiences that fuel your passions.
Protect your game with Anthelios UV Mute 400 by La Roche-Posay, official sponsor of Yannick Sinner.
You did. Sorry, you have brains to do what your dad did and chuck him off by the ear for swearing at referees.
No, they wouldn't. No.
Was that already established? There's a lot to do.
I don't know. I think most of them have got kind of my personalities in terms of lack of a temper. Although they do fight a lot. They did, not now. They're all adults, but when they were kids, they used to. That's the one thing.
His lack of a temper. He likes positive emotions. I struggle to think of an SLE and EIE lacking a temper. I wonder, what does one mean by lacking a temper? Usually, this is more speculative, but it tends for the alpha extroverts to be more inclined to lack a temper because they are more yielding in terms of what's going on around them in the day-to-day. Whereas what they really get wound up by is actually where are things, what is actually possible or not possible. That's where they get wound up. But in day-to-day stuff, they're usually quite chill.
It used to wind me up a bit as the constant infighting for boys. I mean, they were 5 and under, when they were
fighting,
born,
infighting,
and especially the youngest, and Goose, we call him Angus, but he'd just wind them up, and he'd say to him, "Listen, you'll be in here in 10 minutes' time." He's saying, "Oh, Daddy's hitting me," and I said, "Stop winding them up." And he'd go, "No, it's just a bit of fun." And then 5 minutes later, he'd be, "No, Daddy." So I used to have to deal with that. So one thing was just dragging. There's always at least 2 of them fighting at any one given time. But no, I've never had that. I've had issues with them, all sorts of things in their education and stuff like that, but not anything on the pitch where I've had to intervene like that.
And how much of a challenge was it being
didn't like the infight, didn't like the
and being a
well,
parent
I mean,
at the same time,
dealing with them, getting to fights amongst themselves.
to give 100% to my family life. I want to give 100% to my career. I'm not sure how and what to do.
Well, I think the fortunate thing about being a footballer or even involved in football in the way I am now is that, as you will know yourself from doing the similar job, is that even though you do work hard, there's a nice balance to life. There's a lot of home time, and I think that was important. I used to,
okay, good amount of balance in his life as well. Not some of this sort of the extreme focus on career and that sort of thing at the expense of sort of an equilibrium in his life.
Particularly even when I started in football, it's not like you'd work in every day. Yeah. So there is a nice balance, and I feel blessed to that because I've watched my kids grow up and spent a lot of time with them in that process.
Can we talk about when the football career started then, and you ended up at Leicester, and Jock Wallace was the man in charge? What did that period teach you?
Jock was great for me. Yeah. I mean, I tactically, it was, from a bygone age, and it was, long ball and but up and at him stuff. But he's a hugely significant person in my career. not necessarily for my football, but for how to live my life outside of football and how to give myself the best possible chance to succeed. The first time he was a terrified individual. He came down when I was, I think, about 17, 18. And I was starting to make a bit of progress. And the first time I ever saw him was, I think he got the manager's job on a Tuesday, and then we had a Wednesday night reserve game at Filbert Street. And we playing the game, and it came in at half time, and then Jock came in at half time, and this huge imposing figure, and he walked through the door and he was cursing it. Oh, you fucking you useless little you. And I was thinking, oof. And he was looking at me. And he walked up to me and he picked me up by the scruff of the neck, put me against the dressing room wall. He's going, don't you get on in your wee lazy English little shaky or all this stuff. And I was terrible. I wouldn't have minded, but I scored 2 goals in the first half. We were 2-0 up. And then, needless to say, I didn't do much in the second half. I was a gibbering wreck. And then at the end of the game, he came in again and he went, my office, 9 o'clock in the morning. No. Forgive me for the terrible just Scottish accent. It's not bad. So I thought that was it. I thought my career was gone. I thought I was finished. But I got there about 9:15, and I sat outside his office like a naughty boy waiting to see the headmaster. And eventually, 15 minutes or so later, he said, laddie, go in, sit down. So I sat down like this, and he says, and I was trembling. And he just said, I want to say one thing. Were you actually trembling? I was trembling. I was definitely trembling. Terrified. Thought I was going to be shown the door.
Interesting. He's using sort of this caricature, trying to bring that to life quite a bit with sort of tonality and all the rest.
And he said, I just want to say one thing. You were magnificent last night. I said, I beg your pardon. You were magnificent. He said, but I just wanted to make a wee point, Maddie, that you've always got to give a little bit more. Let that be a lesson in life. And I thought, oh my God. I thought you could have told me last night. left me in the lurch. And then he became very much not a father figure, because I had a father figure, but he became important because he'd lecture me about how to, you don't go out drinking after a game when I went after tonight. Don't go, you'll have your times when it's the right moment after a Saturday game. And he said, you've got an ability, you've got talent, you've got a chance. And I lived, I still went out occasionally, but I wasn't like so many of the others that would go and drinking pints and all this going all night and going out and stuff. So I think that was important, because I think he got and helped me to understand how to get as a sport.
So also, he was, as a sportsman, he was quite adaptive to what you did as a footballer, how he conducted himself. He behaved himself well on the pitch. He did all the training he needed to do. He was able to discipline himself, and that is able to create a certain amount of life balance as well. He wasn't off the rails. So the sensory aspects are well kept here. But also, you can see he's receptive to people seeing something in him, seeing talent in him. So there's that as well. He doesn't see that talent in himself so easily. There's a lack of introvert intuition there.
Sportsman, anyway, how to get the best out of myself.
Right.
But I was going to ask Gary, how does a grammar school lad going from the environment what you had at school and in the cricket environment to going into that where resilience is almost expected of you? How did you learn to cope in that environment then?
It's a good question, but it's a difficult question to answer, because I don't honestly know. I mean, you're right, and I talked about Joe.
Doesn't have to answer how did this happen. He just did it.
Kidding me about.
He's not that analytical. He's not a very analytical person.
Reached puberty, and I'm walking in the shower, and I was genuinely, because you don't want to show any kind of weakness and stuff like that. So. And it was tough. And in those days, it was apprenticeship. So half the time you'd be spending either cleaning dressing room, cleaning players' boots. I mean, I had the job of the first team dressing room, which was good, but it was also tough because I was some of my heroes were there, and Frank Worthington was there for a few months at some point. Mark Wallington, the Leicester goalkeeper, and so many of the people and players that I kind of worshipped as well. And I was there cleaning up the dressing room, and it was, they treat you and the thing is, I mean, now it seems ridiculous, but nowadays every team, they have like 1 million kits, don't they?
Quite happy to do that sort of stuff, like doing those odd jobs. Not really getting uppity about status in that, but
fresh kit.
It was low status at the time, though. But yeah,
they use shiny boots. I mean, in those days, they got one set of kit for the season for training. So what we did on the Monday,
he's a good storyteller. He is engaging to listen to.
I trained. They finished the training, whatever, if like sweaty or stinky, or freeze or covered in mud, and then we used to have to put it on these hangers, and then take them all into the drying room, and they just dry overnight. So you can imagine the stench by Thursday and Friday, and then we had to, you had to kind of wipe the dressing room floors and mop them and clean the toilets and do all these kind of jobs, which I did until I was 18, and then. But again, it gave you a thing about, I really need to make it a football.
But did you ever have a back door, like the idea that, actually, I'm going to give cricket a go?
Well, I honestly thought if it didn't happen, I would. I mean, I carried on playing. I always played right throughout. When I was footballing, I played right throughout my career, and I played one Thursday, which I never normally do. But I used to play when I was playing for Tottenham. I used to live in St John's Wood, so I used to play for a club called Cross Arrows, who play pretty much every day in September. It's like and for me that was perfect because they play on a Tuesday or Monday so I could fit it in around if I got a free week. And then I played on this Thursday one day, which I wouldn't normally do when we got a game on a Saturday, but. So I went and played in the afternoon after training, and I got a few runs, and then we fielded, and they said, "Come on, Gary, have a bowl." And I said, "I don't bowl. I don't want to bowl," because the game was kind of meandering to a draw. So I don't want to bowl. I don't bowl. They said, "Go on, have a go." And I went, "All right." So came in. The second ball went like that, and my side went twang like that. Pulled him. I thought, "Oh God." And I was struggling. I went and trained the next morning. I think we were playing Villa on the Saturday. I came in, and
you can see sort of awareness of his body when it gets too much.
Said, "I've got to go and see Terry." I said, Venables, and I said, "Terry," and he went, "What are you done?" And he said, "I've torn my side." He said, "How'd you do that?" And I thought, "Do I lie?" And I thought, "No." I said,
so he knows what he's done to himself, and he doesn't push it either after that point. It's sensible.
Did it playing cricket? He said, "What?"
Huh?
He said, "That's it. No more cricket. No more cricket." I said, "You can't." I said, "No." I said, "No more bowling, Terry." And we came to a deal on no more bowling. But so I always played. In fact, probably my favourite. You can forget all the World Cups and all that. Well, probably one of my favourite days ever was it was a Monday, and it was the week before the start of the new season, and we had a friendly at White Hart Lane in the evening. I think it's against West Ham, not sure. And
wouldn't be much of a friendly then, would it?
No, yeah, but it was just a warm-up game, so it doesn't matter. But anyway, so on the night before, on the Sunday, I get a phone call from a guy called Dave English, who ran the Bunburys, which was a charity cricket club.
See, a lot of this is he's just telling stories. A lot of this is telling stories. And I think he's very natural at telling stories. He enjoys doing it. It seems to make sense to me for him to be an ESC, just watching this through.
He also organised a lot of testimonial cricket games for players. He did a lot of good, wonderful guy. And he gives me a call on a Friday. He said, Gary, he said, I've got, I think it was Mike Gatting's, one of his games, testimonial games. I might be wrong. He said, I've got a game tomorrow, great game at Finchley, just up the road from you. He said, can you play? I said, I can't play tomorrow. So I've got a game. So I've got a game. I said, I can't. I'd love to play. He went, oh, we've got so many players like this and that. He's playing this. And I said, I can't. I said, I can't. I'd love to. He said, what about if you bat first, you can open. When you're out, you can go. He said, I just need a name. I need another.
Is it how vividly he recalls the things people said to each other and that sort of conversational side? He's very attuned to that kind of information, which is why he tells stories so well.
What's your name? I went, Christ, go on then. I went along. And the first over bowling was Courtney Walsh, right? So I'm there. And he does this, he goes off this ridiculous long run up and then like comically bounces it miles over my head as a joke. And then the next ball, he goes off to about a 3-yard run. He's going to bowl. I went, Courtney. I said, would you give us a proper over? Like a proper foot. And he went, you sure, man? I went, yes. So I thought, go on then. So he goes on his normal run. He comes down. The first ball is like, oh Christ, he went past the bat before I could see it. Second one, it was similar. He was sensible. He was kind of bowling it just full length and outside the off stump. He didn't want to hurt. So the second ball I'd left, and then I got a couple of forward. On the last ball of the over, I just thought, well, he's pitching it. I'll take it. And I put a front leg and I stroked it and went right through the covers for 4. And he was like, whoa. So it was one of those days where I just couldn't miss. I ended up 112 not out at lunch, sweating. No, 112 not out at lunch. I said, Dave, I got to go. He said, no, go on. You've done me proud.
It was frequently he talked about his emotional reaction as well. He doesn't just state, I felt this way. He has an exclamation. So, oh, that sort of thing, or oh Christ, or this or that. And you can see it's conveying the emotional energy of that experience at that time. And then also the physical. I was sweating, I was physically reacting to this. So you can see the sensory and the ethical taking place there far more than the intuitive and logical.
Off you go. So I went off and played that night, scored a hat-trick.
Yes, what a play.
That's the best day.
That is a high-performance
Forget
day.
the World Cup. That was a high-performance day.
I lost your ticket on the way
I just should have done, yeah. It was amazing.
There is an interesting recurring theme, isn't there, when we look back over all that period, whether it is your dad pulling you off the football field in front of your mates, whether it is hiding in the shower at the end because you were a late developer, whether it is Jock making you shiver in his office with panic. All of that is resilience building. And I wonder whether we create resilient enough young people these days. Dane and I talk often about our frustration with helicopter parenting, where we're all addicted to having
that's their spiel, resilience.
Don't encourage them or what? Because there's no kind of guidebook, is there? Don't encourage them. I'm sure other people were treated in a certain way, and obviously there's a level of how
you focus instead of resilience, it's about encouragement. It's about encouraging them
things or don't encourage them or what? Because there's no kind of guidebook, is there, for parenting when you just get this little thing, don't you, and off you go. So it's a really hard one. I don't know, and I often think about why have I been so successful?
He's not going to philosophize because he doesn't.
I genuinely think
he wants someone else to philosophize, not him.
Why have I been so lucky? I always think sometimes, because I'm not religious. I don't want goodness, I'm an atheist. I don't believe any of that stuff. But I do wonder sometimes whether
he doesn't have a spiritual dimension to his life.
They're playing a PlayStation game or something, and we're just part of their game. And whoever I've got has been a really good player and has given
a bit of speculation. That's a bit of the extrovert intuition going on there. He's not settled around some sort of higher purpose. He doesn't.
Had a good work ethic.
Doesn't think about that stuff that much.
Things have happened to like I didn't get injured. I didn't at all. Until the very end of my career. So I had so much good fortune. I think it's always important to. It's
all luck. It's good fortune. There's no destiny. He doesn't see the introvert intuition is not really what he sees. But also, he's not someone who's confident explaining why things are, which makes sense to me as an introverted logic as a suggestive function. Yeah. And he does have a philosophy, so he has more sort of left-leaning, sort of more modern, sort of atheistic, skeptical um, ideology, you could say, under the surface. But he's quite light on it. He's not heavy on it. He doesn't use that as his lens for him. He doesn't really have much of a lens. It's more about how he feels.
To understand that, even as a young man, did you feel that sense of fortune? Or is it more in hindsight? I was kind of
probably not. No,
I think without
I don't think he would have.
Being good at sport,
he's not very reflective
for me because I was, I was kind of not. I think I would have been bullied at school. They were kind of marginally that way anyway because I was like, this tiny geeky kid with like, darkish skin, and I know it's pretty much racist abuse. Although I'm not, I'm as English as they come. Yeah, all the time. Even in professional football, I had that a couple of times. I wouldn't ever name any names. Yeah. So I got that kind of nonsense, which was a bit weird.
You could squint and think he's maybe half Indian or something, but
whether that was part of something that made me, I don't know. But other people might not be able to handle that. But I think by my greatest strength to me was not not my right foot, not my this. It was my mental strength, and I always had that. I was never nothing. Even if I had a shocking game or things were not going very well, it never really got to me.
So even if we fast forward a bit into your career in that build up to 1986, when you're in the team but you haven't scored for a while, there's lots of media speculation as to whether you deserve your place. How were you processing all of that? That you like I've seen the documentaries where it wasn't like the hotel rooms in Mexico were quite austere. You've not got the ability to phone on
what you're used to.
Yeah,
it's what you're accustomed to. It's still probably better than not other. I know football's changed dramatically, and it was very different back then. But I think it's so much how it is and how it was that was. You just got on with it.
But the bit about you personally is a bit that I'm interested in. How did you cope with that pressure that there was like you'd injured your arm, there was a speculation about your role?
Oh, for that particular thing, well, I thought my World Cup was done, but they managed to find this splint that they would have. It was right till the last minute. They were trying different splints on and stuff, and in the end, I had this one that was fairly useless, but it meant I could play.
Yeah.
I was in so much pain in '86. Just running, the wind against my hand when I was running was absolutely agony, let alone when falling over and stuff. But I was so determined to play. It's the World Cup, you do everything.
But how did you block out the noise about like whether you were good enough to be there or the speculation around you?
Again, I had my self-doubts all the time. I hear people say, I always knew I was going to do it. I didn't. I genuinely, even after the World Cup, when I was
didn't have conviction,
17, breaking through at Leicester, but I remember first times in the reserve team, I was thinking, this will find me out. And then I got in the first team. I was sitting around all these my heroes, thinking, what am I doing in here? And then, I struggled for a bit because I was, as I said, small, and and I didn't really break into it till I was 2021. And then I started scoring a lot of goals, and then I got an England call up. I was at home one Monday afternoon, just got home from training, and the phone rang, and my mum answered it, and she said, "This when the old days of a landline, remember that?" So she answered it. She said, "It's Gordon Mill, who was the then Leicester manager, who's after Joe West." I went, "What?" So, oh God, what have I done? Because I've never had a phone call ever from a manager. Right. So I've gone.
So I think we've seen a decent amount. I think ESC for him. I don't think any other possibilities fit as well. Is there anything else? Maybe some quotes. I don't want to see more interview of him. He calls himself lucky. He try very hard to be bad. People don't take me seriously. I think if I ever had skills closet, maybe I've been out a long time ago. come on, go and find the real Gary. What is it? The real Gary? I've got to find it. But the thing is, it's pretty much what you see is what you get. I'm just like this. There's no hidden viciousness. Yeah, he's everything's sort of on the surface with him. There isn't depth. There isn't much depth to him. More heart on the sleeve in that respect. And yeah, his degree of sympathy, people going to flee their country, travel to try and find a home somewhere, and he wants them, he'll be a little bit sympathetic. So that sort of his left-wing approach is sort of the alpha kind, where it's about, okay, we should all be together, we should be nice to each other, that sort of thing. Working hard for himself. There's a bit of wholesomeness there, I guess. To politics, I just look at people's policies. Sometimes I agree with something, sometimes I won't. Possibly that a Fridge of Town could win the league, quickly bucks a trend. Football massive, people to get very defensive or angry. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I think most likely he's an ESC from looking through this. Anything else? Okay, how about this? Let's try that. Let's see anything else here, which is interesting. Smart positioning and speed instead of physical power. He rarely entered physical battle defenders. Famously, never received a yellow red card. He was not confrontational. Cleanliness in terms of not getting a single card, behaving well, essentially. He don't want European football and Spanish fit in. Studied tactical movement. Off the shoulder of the last defender. The smart offside. Used to stand in offside positions on purpose. Trick defenders. Drop deep, let the guard down, got space to break the defensive line later. He's a master of penalty box. He focused on his movement, was best known for scoring goals from close range inside the 6-yard box. He anticipated where the ball would land instead of chasing it everywhere. So very tactically capable. And positionally capable. Okay, let's try this. What made Gary so successful in television? Unique pivot from a world-class striker into a polished, neutral and relatable presenter. He controlled the pace of live broadcasts, with subtle, self-deprecating humor, yes, and was unafraid to use his platform to speak his mind. Early in his media career, he realized the best way to stand out was to become the main host, rather than just an opinionated former player. He started voice training, watched his own edits to strip away his flat monotone, delivering out energy, because he was sort of flat, and he added the energy. That's interesting. Relatability and charm, instead of acting like a stern expert, whose friendly, light-hearted banter keep the tone accessible to casual viewers. So the pressure of top-tier football, he was adept at guiding panels of former players to get the best analysis out of them. Never to express his personal beliefs. These massive platforms to talk about important issues, again, a dedicated audience of fans appreciate his authenticity. Okay. It's interesting, though, how he was flat to begin with and monotone, but he added energy. Right, his early flat delivery came out as culture shock from moving from football pitch to live television studio. That basic vocal skills, technical training required to host high-pressure broadcasts. He was struggling with the auto cue. So his natural personality, his warmth and cadence disappeared entirely when he was trying to read the words. He had a habit from a football interview as a player. He had spent 15 years giving carefully guarded, cliche-heavy post-match interviews. Yeah. He had been conditioned to keep his tone neutral, flat, and safe to avoid creating controversial headlines. Breaking that robotic habit took time. If that was more nerve-wracking than playing the World Cup. Intense pressure froze his natural charisma, making him sound stiff and monotone. He's for a direct natural spotlight, there was no media training. He overcame this by aggressively reviewing tape of his own shows, taking vocal lessons to vary his pitch, and to treat the camera like a single friend sitting across from him at the pub. So another thing, he throws himself in really, really working hard at building up those capabilities. He actually did vocal exercises. Yeah. See, I think he's ESC. Why did he pitch to become TV? Why didn't he just go have a quiet life after his football? He explicitly hated the idea of football coaching. Mainly difficult to the management. He reckons his long-term future lay in broadcasting. He hated training, let alone watching other people train. This is the thing, he does not like extroverted logic. And he doesn't like being in a freezing pitch every day. He wanted a more comfortable surrounding. He did not, again, he didn't like the idea of developing and how people do things was not very interesting to him. Yeah, and same. He didn't like this. He doesn't like the boring jobs. He didn't like the. He saw his dad's role was also sort of like a boring job. He didn't want to do that either. Yeah, I think he's an ESC. Okay, so let's move on now to PewDiePie. Before I move on to PewDiePie, I'm going to take a quick loo break, everyone. I'll be right back. Okay. Let me just hang on. Okay. Let's move on now to PewDiePie. Right. Um, okay. Felix Arvid Ulf Gjelberg. And professionally as PewDiePie, it was Swedish YouTuber and internet entertainer, which was primary channel in 2010, initially focusing on comedic let's play videos of horror games, action titles, and Minecraft. His high-energy narration, memes, and self-deprecating humor resonated with a global audience of primarily young viewers, propelling rapid growth to become YouTube's most subscribed channel by 2013. Position held until 2019 with records for subscriber gains and over 29 billion views. Let's see what else. Achievements include YouTube's Ruby Play button, surpassing 50 million subscribers, high earnings estimates in the tens of millions annually, and boosting indie game sales via playthroughs. It does vlogs, challenges, and internet culture critiques while sustaining approximately 110 million subscribers as of January 2026. Key controversies involved racial slurs in gameplay and satirical videos of anti-Semitic imagery, prompting media scrutiny, corporate separations on Disney termination of ties, and temporary YouTube ad restrictions. Okay, so born in Gothenburg, with his older sister in a middle-class household. His parents both held executive position in business. His father served as CEO of the corporate sector, stable environment growing up. Whilst attending university, he began uploading videos to YouTube under the username PewDiePie, initially as a hobby alongside his studies, and then dropped out of university after less than a year, focused full-time on content creation as his channel gained traction. Early interest in video games and arts. He used to draw characters in popular games such as Mario and Sonic the Hedgehog. Must be immersed in gaming, often skipping class to play with friends at local internet cafes. So yeah, he was the key focus is having fun, enjoying himself, playing games. He created PewDiePie after getting the password to his original Pewdie account. Other sporadic gaming videos while studying at Chalmers University of Technology, to fund his early videos before YouTube monetization, but a hot dog stand and as a harbor captain. The debut video Minecraft Multiplayer Fun featured cooperative gameplay with a friend, appeared in 2010. So have wager matches, Minecraft sessions reaching hundreds of subscribers, and featured raw gameplay with minimal editing. Then shifted to Let's Play, a series of indie horror games, emphasizing exaggerated reactions that differentiated style from standard gameplay commentaries. It's reviews for relatable entertainment, increasing shares and views. It rose to dominance throughout 2013, 2014. Is unpolished, personality-driven content and frequent uploads and sustaining retention in gaming commentary. Exaggerated reactions, screams, humorous commentary. By December, channel reached 50 million subscribers, the first for any YouTuber. Despite unannounced algorithm tweaks reducing visibility for established creators, emphasizing quantity over depth. These changes spurred overt experiments with stars with less scripted humor, foreshadowing former evolution while favoring sustainable monetization over subscriber growth. The transition from unscripted gaming was more structured commentary formats, reaction videos, drama discussions, themed reviews, and growing burnout from high output schedules and external pressures. He released Bitch Lasagna, a satirical diss track, the musician party in backyard, mocking tea series and promoting subscriptions. 300 million views. The supporters, including Mr. Beast, boosted the effort through billboards, radio ads, promotions. And intensified rivalry with fluctuating leads. T-Series overtook PewDiePie. Fans to reclaim it briefly. It's getting permanent edge by late March. I responded by congratulating T-Series and noting the event's insight into YouTube's shift from independence to conglomerates. Yeah. What else? This wasn't so, it's quite very gracious about about the conglomerates of overtaking him. After years of high output content creation, he felt he had burnout, so he declared retirement from obligatory production. He never has to work again. He's already retired. Uploads declined thereafter, shifting from regular game to sporadic vlogs and reflections. Then done with gaming after 13 years, going after pursuits. Concurrently, he prioritized family relocation and moved from the UK to Japan, motivated by cultural affinity and lifestyle benefits. He's not stopped creating entirely. Occasional Japan vlogs, travel summaries. He just moved on to other things, really. Signature style was sort of high energy, humorous commentary, subjective reaction to events rather than instructional guidance. Right. Emphasis on the extroverted ethics here, rather than extroverted logic. And exaggerated responses as well. Humor draws an edgy, ironic elements like self-deprecation, absurdity, satire of gaming tropes into culture. Do we have another ESC here? Possibly. Controversies. He uploaded a video featuring two men hired by a fiver to dance, holding a sign saying "Get to all Jews," posted on January 11th. It's part of a series exposing freelancer extremes. He described it as highlighting absurdity, not endorsing ideology. There's animated swastikas, Nazi references. Yeah. Wall Street Journal spotted his clips as anti-Semitic, drawing hate speech accusations. Kill addressed this, denying anti-Semitism, saying it was a stunt and a misguided joke, mocking extremism and faulting media for selective reporting. Apologized for offense, just no neo-Nazi ties. YouTube suspended his channel from the Google preferred ad program. Goodness. Used the N-word in frustration after his in-game character was killed. The unscripted utterance viewed by millions. Typical competitive gaming sessions, probably an apology video. He explained directing at a situation, not individuals. He was just an idiot with no excuses. Right. Critics argue that PewDiePie's edgy, ironic humor, often involving memes, profanity, and banter-pushing satire, normalizes offensive rhetoric, may serve as an entry point to extremist ideology to impressionable viewers. Despite backlash, which he paid individuals to display anti-Semitic phrases, he maintained his channel's monetization. YouTube continued uploading content without interruption. Isn't that Disney to sever ties, cancels YouTube Red series? He called scrutiny insanity. We have them to commit to video creation. I think he's another contrarian type. Later events such as using racial slurs and live stream releasing a diss track with provocative lyrics and drew deplatforming demands from outlets including Vox. High fan loyalty, makes sense. Let's see what else. Now it's got he's married an Italian content creator. Maintain relative privacy. Page documenting daily activities for a newsletter. Follows a pescatarian diet. Identifies as an agnostic atheist, which is sort of, he doesn't really have his own sort of structured, any real belief structure or much of a sort of spiritual aspect, but it's sort of wholesome day to day. You can see here. First visit to Japan. Why do they permanently relocate? Is it admire Japanese culture, architecture, and societal order rather than career prospects? So the neatness, the orderliness, the politeness, sort of alpha reasons to move somewhere, for the calmer lifestyle. 21st sensations coming out here quite a lot. Free from the content creation grind that shaped his career. And there's the grind of doing things to make the views, to get the money in, and that sort of thing. Thinking is sort of careerist way. I want to be free of that. Makes sense. Okay, let's see a video of PewDiePie. Maybe an interview. If anyone else wants me to type anyone else, feel free to make a super chat of at least $20, and I'll happily look at someone else once I finish with PewDiePie. Oh. Ratchet's public appearances. So seeing him in video about his own interviews, we could do that. Let's see. Oh. Very silly, very quirky immediately.
Look at that sick
So that's what his videos are like.
public speaker. But it wasn't always like this. Oh, no. I worked my way there by doing a bunch of public appearances. So I thought today, why don't we just watch it? See how I improved or gotten worse. Who knows? I've done a lot more public media stuff than I thought. The very first thing I can remember was appearing on Swedish television. And we have 2 free channels in Sweden, I think. Or is it 3? I don't know. 1 and 2 and 4, I think, are free. All right, at least 1 and 2 I know is run by the state. That's like our version of BBC. It looks so awkward to film yourself. Thank you. I'm glad people feel like that. Apparently not many people have found this video. Keep it that way. Oh, God. So this is my very first appearance, and I was so excited.
So little changes in camera tone. It's like it shows shifts in emotional timbre as well, just in the middle of just within seconds. So sort of more of an extrovert ethics thing to do.
About it. It was like feeling like you finally got recognized, because I thought I was doing something really unique for Sweden at the time, at least.
Bara spela datorspel hela dagarna.
God, he's just playing video games all the time. Why is there a duck behind you, huh? What do you do all day? Huh? What's wrong with playing video games? Why are you guys saying like that? Who are you, Joe Rogan? So let's go back to what's it? Memory. So you can swear on Swedish television. That's great. The play television. We don't care. Oh, it doesn't even say me on the door because I was renting that flat.
So you can see the over-the-top reaction.
Secondhand. That's how poor I was. I couldn't rent it directly or find one. Just had to rent from someone else. I mean, that's how poor I was. I was still renting, so clearly I had money. That's my family dog. That's not even my dog. And I was like, she lives here.
Looks like a nicely maintained space.
A lie. Oh, so they have no shirtless. And this is the kitchen. Why do they make me do this? Fucking producers. They want to make stuff. Oh, that's Shittagukura right there, by the way. I always talk about it. There we go, Shittagukura. Producers are always, they're the fault. You're the fault. You're the problem. Because they're like, all right, so like, can we get a shot of you like walking in here and showing your kitchen? Why? If this happened to me now, I'd be like, no. That's so weird. Oh, they have some.
See, this is quite edited the way he's done it. It's not. he feels the need to show with certain color and this to advocate or to convey his mood at any particular moment. He's carefully spliced this together and edited it that way.
And that was my desk. Do you see? You can barely fit a keyboard on this desk, and it's in the living room. That was my lightning.
It's very nicely maintained, a lovely space. I mean,
well, see, I could barely fit the microphone on the desk. I remember you keep falling down.
It's impractical, yeah. Inconvenient. Impractical, inconvenient, but very nicely maintained.
People, basically. Boomers. I think PewDiePie has the weirdest job. Oh my god. Do you see how cluttered my desktop is? Oh, that's disgusting. Well, I'm glad I... See how many tabs I have open, bro? Cringe, bro. Look at this. Clean. Clean. Sheesh. Cringe, Felix. Damn, that takes me back so
much. Say how much he likes it. He sees what's clean, what's not clean, what's nice and orderly, what's not. Even he has it there, but he's expressing how inconvenient certain things felt from the size of the desk and this and that.
Much.
There's quite a strong introverted sensing awareness there.
I'm using, but I used that for years. For years. That's so weird. I haven't seen it in so long. I think that's the built-in one. Oh my god, in Windows.
Come on.
Welcome to Harlem's Back. It takes me back 80 hours playing Amnesia. Based. Hold up. Back up. It's so awkward when they're like, oh, okay, so now like film your videos and like we'll just be Maya. Who did say it? It's so awkward when they're always come in and they're like, all right, yeah, now like do your thing, and we're just right behind you, hovering above you.
That is strange.
When you're trying to type something on a computer and someone comes up behind you and like, what are you writing? And I'm like, stop staring, bitch. I can't type if you're looking at me. It doesn't work like that. Stop hovering. And this was already a weird thing at the time. Like, no one did Let's Plays or shit like that. So, I
can see that being quite difficult and not just totally not natural.
Yes. Nu har jag 30 miljoner invånare. All right. That's another thing that media people do. They want to get another thing of you. So they ask you a question, right? She asked me, how many people watch your videos? And I go, 30 million in a month. Yes. Nu har jag 30 miljoner invånare. And I'm like, all right, right now I have 30 million a month. So they don't respond to you. They just don't say anything because they want you to say something else because we naturally fill the gap. So she's purposely not saying anything so she can make it awkward for me. I hate that. See that?
He doesn't like the awkwardness of the feeling of the conversation, which again I think is also again introvert sensation oriented there.
Stupid media people in the stupid media training. All right, so I think we can go to Svensson and see what they are doing over here. Look at this giant camera they have behind me. This is so weird. Jag vill ju fortsätta på något sätt och liksom hålla mig aktiv för mina fans. I want to continue somehow to be active for my fans. Aww. Göra det jag gör. Jag tror att jag kommer jobba med andra projekt. But I think I'll do other projects in the future. I guess I did. Kanske lite.
The idea of doing other things in the future. He doesn't want to feel limited or boxed in on doing one thing, which I think is why he also moved off to Japan and has done the other things. It's sort of an extroverted intuition opening out. He wants to broaden what he's doing.
Even bigger. Hey, well, I definitely got bigger. This is crazy. I forgot about this. Jag vet inte. Jag spelar mycket skräckspel och många av dem är ganska stor grad. Så det hade varit kul att vara med och utveckla.
Right, let's see something else. Let's see an actual interview. Is it an interview? It's not really an interview. That's not quite. Ah, Mr. Glavan, okay.
Sorry about the Norway thing. It's you weren't supposed to know about that.
Well, we found it. The thing is that.
All right. Anything else?
but out of politeness, we speak
Of
English.
course, yeah.
And you
Varsågod.
actually, well,
Varsågod, bra. That's all I speak, and I put it in English.
and you actually did hear it in English.
That's right, yeah. So I'm actually more accustomed to English at this point, so it's all good.
What we saw here now was
The 15 moved to UK. I wonder why.
that was clips from your YouTube channel. And you must expect, please expect. You play computer games.
Pretty much, yeah. Any video game there is that is, I like the stupid and silly games that no one ever plays.
Yeah, stupid, silly, no one ever plays. So alternative, extrovert, intuition, quirky with some positive emotionality, extroverted ethics, introversion, nothing too serious.
I like to find these ridiculous games and then that no one would ever play them because they're so bad. But then I'll commentate over them and make it into comedy somehow.
So what you do is that you film yourself while you're playing.
Pretty much, yeah. It's kind of a ridiculous thing. I just commentate while I play video games.
And as a viewer, I can follow both the video game and
exactly, yeah.
You
watching it. You get the gameplay, and then you have my head in the corner where I'm screaming, pretty much.
Yes, because you have strong reactions.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
And that's what's the fun, you know.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. And,
it's crazy.
yeah, it is actually. I have.
He does not really seem comfortable here.
Yeah.
Well, I know the whole concept seems weird to us because we're old, but I rang up my children, my 13-year-old and my 11-year-old.
Yeah.
I'm just about to be on a show with PewDiePie, and they went, "Oh my god!" And I went, "Do you know anything about PewDiePie?" They immediately went, "Yes, he's from Sweden, but he lives in Brighton now. He's a gamer. He's on YouTube. He has 34 million viewers. It's the most that anybody has. His girlfriend is a gamer also, and he recently turned off the comments section on his tube, and that's been very controversial." I was like, "How do you know this much about it? When I need to do your homework about Roman history, you don't know anything." They know everything about you. It's incredible.
And thank you. Now we have like 10 minutes to talk about what? I mean,
Right, well.
Well, this is as of now, it's your day job.
Pretty much, yeah.
How is a day at work for you? What do you do?
It's so hard. I play video games all day. People don't understand the struggle.
When you started out, were you one of those kids that were obsessed with the video games?
Yeah, definitely.
You are.
Of course, obviously. I think you can kind of tell.
You went to school as well.
Of course, obviously.
Of course, yeah.
He doesn't play along much.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, well, she did.
Oh, I'm sorry. I dropped out as well. So
Definitely a contrarian type. He's not going along with what the other person's mood setting is. He's sort of kind of setting his own mood.
Affiliate, don't worry. Well, the university. Yeah. Okay. You know, my parents weren't too happy about me dropping out of school, so they weren't really like, okay, we'll support you dropping out of school to play video games. I don't think many parents would do that. So nothing bad on them, but so they were like, you have to get a job, and I was like, all right, I'll get a job. So I took the first bed, and I worked at what's it called? Korvkiosk. Hot dog stand. There you go. Yeah. Sorry. Listen.
You were selling hot dogs.
I sold hot dogs. Yeah, and it was right next to my old university as well. So like a lot of friends that I don't really know that well, just all of a sudden meet me there. Like, wait, you dropped out of school to sell hot dogs? It's kind of awkward, but luckily it worked out. So
it worked out indeed.
Yeah.
It's now a huge success, the biggest success.
And I made some great hot dogs.
You have, as far as I know, this from ads. You earn money from ads.
Exactly.
It was like last year I could read almost 30 million kroner.
Which currency? Oh, what?
Kroner? Swedish
kroner.
kroner.
Yeah.
Am I?
I don't like talking
No,
about that.
okay, but yeah.
What's that in pounds or euros?
What's that in pounds?
I would say 3 million pounds.
Is that before or after taxes?
Yeah.
He doesn't like talking about the financial amounts. He doesn't like, what makes him look like he's making lots of money or anything like that.
That's amazing. For playing video games, yeah, it's probably more than I deserve.
What you should have done,
Many things I should have done. Hey, it's never too late.
But that's pretty cool. Again, calling your passion your job.
Yeah,
make a living of it.
Exactly.
That's wonderful.
I don't know, but we had an incident before you were coming here today.
Oh,
because yes, well, the editor that you talked to, that you worked with, preparing this interview, he went home to his family and he was telling his kids that we were having lunch, and his 6-year-old didn't know who you were, so he showed him a few clips. And today we got here in London, we got a telephone in the middle of a meeting from his school.
I think ESC, rather than say what else could it be? I think he's a contrarian type. I think there's no sign of extroverted logic as being a value either from this. This extroverted ethic seems to be the value, but why not say ILE? Well, if you look at what he's done, it's very sort of quite grounded in emotional reactions to quirky, silly things, and it's kind of stuck there. Hasn't got much of an intellectual edge to it. There's no sort of him explaining how things go together. It's just sort of pure reaction to what he's exposed himself to, what he's seen, what he's interacted with.
From the kids' school. That he was using the F word in class.
Where did you get that from?
The 30 million kids watching.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? Do you feel that responsibility?
Definitely. Yeah, I think the swearing is definitely something that I feel generally bad about hearing that, because that's not something I want to do. But I like to just make the videos as the way I like them. I like to
make the video the way he likes them.
Obviously, some stuff that I say will affect a lot of people, but I still try to just do what I want.
It's contrarian. He expresses himself the way he wants to express himself.
Well,
that's a big answer. I'm sorry.
Would it sometimes be an advantage if you had a smaller audience? Can you sometimes envy people with a smaller audience?
Yeah. Well, I guess very recently, anytime kind of I like you said about I turned off the comments. That's very controversial.
What?
Play video games, so it's kind of insane. Or I involve my fans; they can donate, and it's
how did you two meet?
Online.
I don't like these interviews, these sort of talk show ones. It's not going in deep into who he is and why he does what he does. It's not quite the same. What's this one?
By a very special guest, the head of YouTube and a very prolific gamer.
Gamer, yeah.
Gamer.
Yeah.
Felix Kjelberg.
It's Shellberg.
Oh, Shell. It's not Kjelberg. Shellberg. Okay.
J.
Felix Shellberg.
Yeah, no, it's Shellberg.
We
Shellberg.
J's. Okay. Do you live in England?
I'm sorry.
Okay, Shellberg.
Mr. Kjelberg, also known as PewDiePie, online has racked up over 37 million subscribers on his channel. You ready for fun?
Yeah, this is a joke interview. It's not.
Jen, how long have we known each other now? Jeez. 10 years? Too long. Too long. I think it's about damn time that I do this. It's time for you to learn about Sweden. No! Please, anything but that. Don't worry, Ken. Don't worry. Stop it. Stop. Because I made it for Americans, so it's easy to understand. Hooray! Yay!
We need to learn more about Sweden. You're always telling me about. I have to hear about the Swedish inventions all the time and how great Sweden is. No, you won't live there. It's great.
Well, you summarized the whole presentation for me.
It just shows little memes. It doesn't. There's no.
I'm sorry. I mean, please continue.
Well,
It's like sort of vibe communicating.
That's right, Kim. Can you do me a favor? Point out Sweden on the map of Europe.
Pointing?
Is it here?
No, okay, here. No, I don't even know what that is. That ain't it.
It's there.
Here.
There it is.
No,
There's Gothenburg
didn't
over
see
there.
that. It's the one that looks like a flaccid wiener. Part of it is.
You did it! Yes!
And the one across the water is the ball sack.
That's right. Finland are the ball sack of Sweden.
He doesn't explain, he demonstrates. He demonstrates. But no one knows what Sweden is.
Yeah, yay! Yeah, I had faith in you, Gav. I knew you were.
Oh.
Yes. Sweden has really cheap knockoff.
Because they're, wisely with your money, people that wear rope.
So now that we learned the difference between Sweden and Switzerland, we can now move on to some famous Swedish people / figures. Oh.
Did he create this himself?
Why do I sound Italian? I don't know.
So rather than just explain what he just demonstrates it through a series of exercises. Interesting. Why didn't he quit?
I had decided I was going to quit YouTube about 2 years ago. I just wasn't sure how to go about it, but in my mind, I was so set on it. Then I started looking back on why I started YouTube, or when I started. I was in Sweden. I was living all alone. I was technically on a good track. I was in university. I had my career path laid in front of me. I knew, even though I wasn't feeling good, I knew I would be fine. But I remember how stuck I felt at that time, just doing something I didn't want to do whatsoever. So I was just doing YouTube, hoping, praying, because it wasn't even a job back then, really, for gaming channels at least. But maybe it would work out. And just remembering how stuck I felt back then to now, where I just feel so free, I just wanted to really say thank you for that, for making that possible. There's been a lot of changes on the channel lately, so I figured it makes sense to do kind of an update video on looking on the past and
It's interesting how he sort of felt stuck to begin with.
Where the channel is now and where it's going in the future. As you know, which I've kind of shoved in your face, me and Marcin moved to Japan, and I feel like, on the topic of quitting, now would really be the perfect time. My channel kind of peaked. We've tried so many different things, done so many different things, and I just, it'd be the perfect thing. We moved to Japan, and so they.
Well, he's done so many different things. That's the extrovert's intuition.
Happily ever after. It's funny because I even see comments kind of like begging me to quit, like, bro, just quit already. What else do you want? And I get it. It makes sense, right? But the awkward part is I'm still here. Post credit. Hey guys, I'm not quitting. But yeah, 2 years ago when I decided I was going to quit, it was because I had gone through so much drama at the time. And, it hasn't always been perfect, but I do feel like I've gone through a lot of scrutiny as well. And the negative would just outweigh the good at that point.
It doesn't like the emphasis of negative versus positive attention. That weighs in quite a bit. He sees things in terms of positivity, negativity.
At that point. But it didn't feel right to quit just because other people, especially when so many people are still being so supportive, And I look back on my 10 years on YouTube, and it's been a wild fucking ride, and I would do it all again in a heartbeat. I'm so grateful for all the memories and experience that I had so far, but the thing is, I don't want to do it again.
But again, couching whether he stays on YouTube or not in terms of extroverted ethics, how supportive people are.
Because I'm a different person now because of it. I look back on everything that we've done, and I'm super proud of it, and it's amazing. But, I'm ready for new experiences and different things. I think I realized
different
at that
things,
time that,
extrovert intuition.
Trying to push the channel to grow more and more and more all the time wasn't doing anything for me personally. I wasn't getting anything out of the money or the recognition or the fame. At least that part had kind of peaked.
Yeah.
What am I going to do with more? I don't know. Felt like I was
not fulfilling in terms of introverted sensation or extroverted intuition.
Keep pushing your YouTube channel. Keep growing.
Keep pushing is that the extroverted sensation, the extroverted logic.
But just realize, like,
yeah, he's not. That's the thing. He's not Mr. Beast. He's not motivated by something Mr. Beast is motivated by.
If I realized that if I had 100 less subscribers or whatever, thousands less, I'd still feel just as accomplished and just as proud of myself. So what's the point of keep always trying to push it, but I would always just keep trying to grow the channel as best as I can. You know, you get the views are there, and everyone wants them to go up, and I would stress out over every single upload. I got into really bad habits, so I got out of them anyway. But you know, I just realized I was so addicted to YouTube at that point that it was all I really cared about. It really took up all my focus and energy for such a long time, really, and that's what made me successful. But
so being drawn out of a focus and introvert sensation, and introverted logic towards extroverted ethics and extroverts. Well, some extrovert intuition, I guess, but not really ones which he actually needs. Not broadening his own horizons, but we'll try different ideas on YouTube.
I didn't necessarily feel more successful because of it, I guess is my point. I know this sounds kind of like I'm complaining. I'm just reflecting, really. So 2 years ago, I said I was going to retire, and that confused a lot of people because I still uploaded videos. But the thing is, what I meant was I just want to do YouTube the way I did it when I started, which was for fun. Believe it or not, I didn't do it to become this, I don't know, big channel or character.
And that's again, it's the alpha values. That's what we want to do things for.
And so instead, I try to just focus on what was fun about YouTube, which is really at its core just to share stuff with you guys. And
it's about sharing stuff, people reacting to it, sharing his reaction to it. It's more extroverted ethics.
I've been avoiding all the drama, been a good boy. Thank you. Try to avoid all the bullshit and just try to enjoy it the best I can. Not focus too much on the results. And YouTube actually started to become fun again for the past 2 years. And that's when I realized, why should I quit? It's my dream, after all, to do YouTube. That I've worked so hard for this. I think other people could see it as, oh, he got fame, he got money, what else does he want? But that's never that's at its core, that's never why I got into YouTube and enjoyed it so much to begin with. So that's why I'm still here. I still enjoy sharing stuff with you guys, and I don't want to just give all that up. Doing it for a long time, though, your channel goes through a lot of changes. I mean, I started doing Call of Duty videos, and then I went into horror, and then Hot Wheels, and it's just constantly been changing. And I think when you do it for such a long time, it comes with the price of letting some people down because they prefer a certain type of content, and there's always going to be expectations and people having different preferences, which I understand.
There's no real sort of structure to the kind of content. It's just sharing experiences. That's it. Which is, I think, again, extroverted ethics. Not much in terms of developing some area of expertise, developing some area of knowledge to share, or particular theme or topic to focus on. It's just sharing experiences. Stays ethical and social and sensory.
Obviously, but it also makes it feel like you're always letting someone down, and like whatever you're doing is never good enough. And I know a lot of people feel very strongly about certain videos that I did in the past.
So yeah, I think ESC. So we got 2 ESCs tonight. So yeah, I should finish there now. But thank you everyone for tuning in. Great appreciated. Thank you, Marty, for your 2 super chats. Thank you, Claudia. Thank you, Isaac. Hope you all have a lovely week ahead of you. Take care now. All right. New subscriber. Subscriber. Hey.